Get out. Hold on a minute, Liz. Let's sit down and talk about. There's nothing to talk about. You filthy traitor. Liz hissed as she thumbed the safety off her gun. Several others with firearms were already cocking back their weapons and were just an instant away from pulling the triggers. What is all this? Rabi demanded. Sure, he had made quite a few people mad the last time he was on this mission, but not enough to warrant this kind of reception, or so he thought. Liz continued to glare as she replied. I had a little talk with the people from the Nirvana and they showed me a few things about you. You're the reason why most of us are here. We lost our homes, our friends, our families, because of you. You sold the United States out. Now hold on a minute. Shut up. Liz snapped as she fired a shot that hit the floor just millimeters away from Rabi's right foot. I saw Slade's proof. We all did. Every planet you visited, the harvesters came afterward and gutted it. You are nothing but a parasite. A sleazeball. Give us one good reason why we shouldn't shoot you. Hey, I helped you. With great risk to myself I should had. And that's probably the only reason why you're still alive now. Liz shot back. I don't know why you decided to turn against the harvesters, and frankly, I don't give a damn. Probably just to save your own neck. But one good turn doesn't excuse you for all the hell you put us through. Now you've got exactly 2 minutes to haul your sorry ass out of here. Now can't we talk? 2 minutes, Liz said with a very deadly serious tone. If you're not off this station in 2 minutes, then we'll toss your carcass out of the nearest airlock. And if you ever come back, then we'll kill you on sight. Rabi was to protest more, but when everyone took aim at him, he knew that there was no room for negotiation. With a scowl, he turned and ran out of the bar toward the space dock. Along the way, he contacted U-10 to follow him. Within 2 minutes, his ship came out of the docking bay and headed out into the star-studded void. A few days later, the Nirvana pulled away from Delta 6, after taking on some new supplies and making several repairs to the station, which included many of the defense and communication arrays to better protect it from future harvester attacks. As the pirate vessel got underway, standing on one of the observation decks and looking back at the station was Slade. Mia and BC both came up to him and joined him. So do you think they'll be alright? The Dread leader asked. Yeah, they'll be fine, Slade replied. After all, they've got a Tekkaman to protect them. Are you sure he wants to stay on that mission? BC asked. He could have come along with us. We could use another Tekkaman. Mumber, Slade shook his head. Galeon told me that he's found a new place to belong on Delta 6 after losing his home world to the harvesters. He feels a sense of purpose in defending those people and he assured me that they'll be fine. Besides, the Nirvana barely has enough to feed one Tekkaman, let alone 2. However, he told me that if we ever need help, then just call him. The new tachyon transmitter/receiver perfect installed should allow them to receive and transmit signals across the entire galaxy. I suppose they'll be alright, Mia said, then frowned as she realized something. I'm only sorry that Laos Rabbi got off so easily after all of this. And who said he did? Slade wound out with a bit of a smirk. What do you mean? Kuzum asked. Slade shrugged. I told Rabbi that the next time we met, I would send him to hell, and I meant it. However, after hearing about how he helped fight against the Harvesters, I decided that underneath all that trash, there might be something worth salvaging. So I decided that living in hell would just as good as sending him to hell. What do you mean? Rabbi is going to get a heaping dose of his own medicine. He's going to feel what it's like to be hunted and denied the right to even exist. With the new tachyon transmitter, Delta 6 is going to broadcast all of Rabbi's crimes to every human world in the galaxy. He won't be able to trade nor land on any planet. And if he can't land on a planet, he can't get any information about it to send back to his Harvester masters. Furthermore, he won't be able to resupply his ship. Let's see how long it will be before the Harvesters decide that he's no longer full for anything but body parts. Both women became a bit disturbed at how harsh Slade was, though they had to admit that Rabbi had it coming. The former Sodom's expression softened as he continued. It's not about revenge, if that's what you're thinking. Revenge usually leaves you with a feeling of emptiness. Trust me, I know. This is about justice. All those people that Rabbi sold out deserve that much. I'll make certain of that. Mia and Kuzum were about to say something else, but they decided that nothing more needed to be said as they watched Delta 6 become a distant dot. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! That was a long chapter, but I'm finally done. In the next chapter, I'll be focusing on two of the side cast, namely Barnet and Guero in a bit of a filler episode. As for Tekkaman Phantom, he'll reappear eventually, plus a few more new characters as well. See you then. Many thanks to Shadowhawk for the use of one of his characters. I always said that Rabbi got off way too easy in the original Vandread series, first and second, so this time, he's going to be eating a lot of crow. Just remember that Slade's process had been mostly completed, but it had been dragged out over a period of 5 centuries, plus the fact that it had been interfered with the waters of Jusenkyo. You can consider Slade at around 90% complete minus the Radam mind parasite. For Galeon, since he emerged early from the process, he's around 70% complete. Just like the original Tekkaman Blade series. He's got no mind parasite, but he can go insane if he goes too far beyond the 30-minute time limit. As for Saber, Axe, Lance and Rapier, well, we'll get more into that later. Chapter 6 Chapter 5, Part 1, Survival of the Fit. TKK80 the second stage disclaimer. Well, what do you expect from me? You already know that Ranma 1/2, Vandread and Tekkaman Blade belong to their own creators, So don't bother me with those details. Thoughts Chapter 5 Part 1 Survival of the Fittest. Will you hurry up? Barnet griped as she sat on the examination table in her underwear. Beside her, Dwero McFile, the head physician and the only physician on the Nirvana, was calmly giving the dread pilot her regular checkup. Jura's friend was in a somewhat more irritable mood than usual, especially when she was around men. Though she had more or less buried the hatchet with Slade and had grown to tolerate the presence of the opposite gender, she still held true to her beliefs that men were the enemy, and that the situation aboard the Nirvana was only a temporary, but necessary measure. There was also the fact that Jura seemed to be spending more and more time with her attempts at having a baby with a man's seed, particularly using Slade's seed. As a result, Barnet had been feeling a bit neglected. However, with the way things were on the Nirvana, the dread pilot had no choice but to accept the presence of men. Bart was needed to guide the ship and fire the weaponry. Slade was an essential part of the ship's defense, both as commander of the Vandread squadron and as part of the Tekkadreads. As for Dwero, well, it was better than going back to Pilate's not-so-tender loving care. I'm almost done, the good doctor said as he took out his stethoscope, put the listening pieces in his ears, and placed the front probe on Barnet's chest, just above her left breast. The cold metal made her shiver a bit, but what unnerved her even more was that his hand was close, very close to her breast. She swallowed slightly as he instructed her to take several deep breaths while he moved the probe about. What are you doing? Dwero looked up with a slightly puzzled expression and replied, I'm just examining your heart and breathing rates, that's all. The dread pilot gestured with her head at a machine that was nearby. Why don't you use one of those things? What did you call it? The pulse meter? You used it the last time I was here. Dwero's mouth turned up in a slight smile as he said, well, yes I could have used it, but I saw no reason to waste power on some tests that I can perform by hand. Technology is a wonderful thing and it has greatly aided in the medical field, but I find that relying on it too much can sometimes hamper one's work. A good doctor must be able to perform his duties, regardless of what tools he has available or not. At times, I prefer a more hands-on approach. Ridiculous. Barnet scoffed. Why bother having technology if you don't use it? I never said that I was adverse to technology, he corrected as he finished counting Barnet's pulse and breathing rate, then input the data on his console. I will use it when I need it, but I would also like to keep my options open. I was taught to rely on my own personal skills, first and foremost. Technology can break down and become unreliable, so I always have something to fall back on. At times, those skills can mean the difference between life and death. The Megele woman snorted a bit at the doctor's naivete. HMPF. No wonder Tarak is so far behind Megele. Excuse me. The dread pilot shrugged her shoulders. No offense, but if that's the way things are done on Tarak, then it's a miracle that the men got out into space. Look at us. We women of Megele have the best that technology has to offer, and we're always improving on it. We have the better hospitals, the better food centers, the better living arrangements, the better spacecraft, and let's face it, the better weapons. In just about all things, our way of life is much better than that dreary existence on Tarak. I don't know how you could have even lived eating those awful pills. Well, I suppose that's your opinion, Poirot said simply. As a doctor, he kept an unbiased attitude when dealing with patients. He wasn't much when it came to politics, and experience had proven that keeping an open mind was the best way to handle things. He found it somewhat odd to hear Barnett praise the wonders of technology, considering her hobby in collecting antique firearms and her interest in close quarters combat, much like the Tarak military's way of thinking. However, he kept his peace. It's not just my opinion. It's just a fact. And that's why women are always going to be better, Barnett said smugly as she began putting her clothes back on. Are you done now? The physician nodded as he finished entering the final data on Barnett's examination. As the short-tempered girl left the sick bay, he couldn't help but admire the smooth, graceful lines of her figure and how they contrasted with her personality. Women were like bundles of extremes. At times they could be so gentle and kind, and yet at a moment's notice, they turned into fierce and uncontrollable beings, sometimes for reasons that didn't make any sense at all, like that mutiny over Dinah shedding tears. They certainly weren't like the inward-sucking beasts that the Tarak government made them out to be in propaganda films, but women weren't easy to explain either. They were living mysteries, and that was one of the reasons why Poirot had become a doctor. Unlike the crude, yet straightforward, all-male culture that McFile had grown up in, women had nuances and quirks in their society that endlessly fascinated the healer. When he had first encountered the so-called enemy, he had immediately taken the opportunity for a close examination of females. Ironically, it was Barnett who had fascinated him the most at the time. Flashback. There. That should do it, Poirot said as he finished bandaging up Barnett's arm, then gazed at her form for a very long time. What is it? Do you find something interesting about me? Barnett said in annoyance. Yes, I do find something interesting, Poirot replied as he mentally catalogued all the structural similarities and differences of her appearance and that of the other four women he had treated. Fascinating. Except for some variances in the chest and abdominal regions, they're generally human. Like men. Well, don't expect any thanks. The dread pilot snapped back. I don't. I suppose I'll leave now. End of flashback. Since that time and the creation of the Nirvana, Poirot found himself in a unique position. As the only skilled medical and surgical expert on board, he was given the opportunity of gaining valuable information about women and their society. At present, he had examined nearly all of Magno's crew and had seen more than his fair share of feminine attributes. The process in which they reproduced, the birth of Ezra's baby and what he had learned from Slade and Misty about the ancient practices of reproduction between the genders, only fueled his desire to know more about the opposite sex. Of course, there were some females on board the ship, who were just as open-minded as he was. He had struck up a friendly relationship with the head engineer Perfect, whose way of considering machines as living persons always intrigued him. Magno, Gascogni and Puzzle were always willing to listen to his opinions and suggestions, but he suspected that the first officer was hiding something. BC had always refused to be examined and she always seemed to be avoiding the other women when not on duty. However, there were still those that resented his presence and that of the other men on board the pirate vessel, with Barnett at the head. Her latest remarks clearly stated her irritation over the entire affair of men and women working together. Poirot sighed and decided that it was unproductive to dwell over such matters. He then glanced at his console's chronometer and noted that it was the end of his shift, signaling for Pilot to take over the sick day for the next 3 hours. He logged off on his console and went to see Slade. "Hey Doc. Right on time." Slade nodded to the physician as he entered his quarters. Poirot nodded back to him. "I wouldn't miss these lessons for anything. So what are we going to study on this time?" The Tekkaman nodded as he went to his backpack and took out several old manuals and scrolls, which he had picked up during his travels. The manuscripts depicted crude, but accurate diagrams of the human body and indicated various areas of anatomy. "Well, I was thinking along the lines of the extremities and some anesthetic and paralysis techniques. There will be times in which you won't have any sedatives and some of these points can also be used in terms of defense. First, let me see how far along are you with, you know?" The good doctor nodded, as he sat down in a cross-legged position and held out his hands as if he were holding a bowl. Closing his eyes, he began focusing on his inner energies. A minute later, a tiny, white dot of light that was the size of a pea began to appear in the space between his hands. Slade nodded at McPhile's accomplishment. It had only been 2 weeks since he had begun training, and Poirot was already beginning to tap into his ki. A minute later, Poirot let the sphere of energy fade away as he looked up at his sensei. "Not bad, Doc. Not bad at all. Okay, I'm going to show you how to use your ki to help you find these pressure points and afterwards, I'll show you the wonders of soufflés." Poirot chuckled a bit. In addition to shiatsu and ki manipulation, as well as a few sessions concerning hand-to-hand combat, Slade had decided to give the doctor a crash course in cooking. "The Bridge of the Nirvana. Are you certain that it's an old colony frequency?" BC asked as Emerald reported that she had just picked up a distress signal. The dark-skinned girl nodded. "I'm positive. It matches up with the one that we use. It's coming from a planet that's about half a parsec from our present course. I'm getting a lot of interference, but it looks like they're under attack by the harvesters." Magno considered her options. Although she and her crew were pirates, they couldn't just ignore a plea for help, especially when the enemy to all of humanity was involved. Even though they had taken on supplies and made a new ally with the people of Delta 6, it wouldn't hurt to make even more alliances with other human colonies, in preparation for the inevitable war with the Harvesters. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Magno decided that on the most humane decision. Set a course for that planet. On the surface of a very hostile world, Saber smiled as he stood beside an elaborate transmitter tower. His plan was working. After weeks of recovering from his last battle with Slade, he was all set to have his revenge. The bait had been taken and soon, he would discover the secret to Slade's transformation to Tekkaman Blaster. Once he had learned it, he would destroy the White Tekkaman and the Nirvana, and then return to Earth to annihilate the pompous leaders who had abused and abandoned him. There was only room in this universe for one Supreme Tekkaman, and Saber was determined that it would be him. Later, Slade and Guero nodded to the captain as they entered the bridge. Magno had asked them to join them as the Nirvana had achieved orbit around the planet. The doctor became reminded of Tarak as he saw it on the view screen. "Are you sure that this is the right planet?" Magno asked Cameron as she gazed at the desolate and very unfriendly-looking sphere on the main monitor. The world had a nitrogen/oxygen-based atmosphere that could support human and other Terran life forms, but most of its surface had been turned into desert as it made a circular orbit around 3 suns, a red giant, a white dwarf, and a modest yellow star. There were some oceans, but for the most part, life on that world would have to suffer through extremely hot days and extremely cold nights. There were various numbers of floating masses present in the sector, which had also made it difficult for the Nirvana to maneuver. Many of the meteoroids and chunks of space debris contained some radioactive metals and isotopes. Also, due to the 3 suns, there were high amounts of solar flare activity, which caused heavy electromagnetic interference. This condition made the ship's sensor and communication systems less than reliable. "Yes, Captain," Amaron replied. "The interference is making it difficult to pinpoint the distress signal, but it's definitely coming from that planet." Magno was more than a little suspicious, as was her first officer. It wouldn't be the first time that the pirates had been lured into a trap. "Is there any sign of the Harvesters?" PC asked. Ezra shook her head. "Even though the interference has reduced the range of our sensors, I'm not picking up any signals from any nearby enemy ships. However, I am detecting faint ion trails that do match with cube fighters and siege ships. They're very recent. Maybe the Harvesters had already finished with their dirty work and left," Slade suggested. "Or it could be that they're just waiting to do their dirty work with the United States." Magno countered as her suspicions rose. "I don't like this. Sensors and communications are hampered because of all this interference, and we can't know for certain if there's anyone down on that planet." At that moment, Amaron suddenly picked up a weak communicate on her console. "Captain, we're being highlighted. It's definitely coming from the northern hemisphere. I'll try to clear up the interference." All those present on the bridge listened, and as a voice was heard, "Help! Please! Crackle life support cease. Pop. Failed. Can't. Hold. On. CZZD. 6 survivors. Snap. Have escaped. Harvest. BZZZD. For the love of humanity." Amarodin sadly shook her head as the transmission died. "I couldn't hold it, Captain. However, I've managed to detect some faint life signs. They're human. So, it looks like the harvesters had been here already," Kuzum stated as she turned to the captain. "If that transmission was from survivors from a harvester attack, then we can't just leave them there to die. Since they did manage to escape the harvest, then perhaps they can provide us with some more information about our enemy." The ancient crone nodded as she decided that the risk was worth taking. She turned to the boys. "Slade?" The Tekkaman nodded as he turned to assemble the landing party. It seemed that the vanguards would be needed again, especially since the electromagnetic interference would mess up the sensor arrays of the dreads. Furthermore, the fighters were still unable to make planetary landings from space. "I'll be joining the landing party, Captain," Dwero announced. This caught Slade's attention just as he was about to leave the bridge. "Oh?" Magno responded in surprise. "And why would you want to take part in a potentially dangerous mission?" "I am a doctor, Captain. If there are survivors on that planet, then they will need immediate medical attention. Being from Tarak, I am quite familiar with this kind of desert terrain and environment. Furthermore, I am proficient with piloting a van type." "You?" both the captain and the first officer said in surprise. Dwero shrugged. "As a first-class citizen of Tarak and a member of the military, I have been given training in mecha controls. I am familiar with the inner workings of the standard van-type combat frame and..." He briefly glanced to Slade. "I'm certain that Slade can vouch that I am qualified." Both women turned to Slade with questioning gazes. The Tekkaman gave them a lopsided smile and nodded. During their off hours, Slade and the physician had been spending time in the Vanguard simulators. He had been quite surprised when Dwero came by one time and asked to take part in the training routines with the other candidates for the Warrior Squadron. Surprisingly, he did extremely well. The Tekkaman had been impressed with McFile's proficiency in handling the mecha. Yes, Dwero is certified and he's also proven himself capable in hand-to-hand combat. I was going to have him assigned as a reserve pilot for the Warrior Squadron." He walked back to the doctor and placed a hand on Dwero's right shoulder. "Glad to have you on the team, Doc. I'm not so sure that would be a good idea," Kuzum said with concern. "You do realize that Dwero is our only doctor. We can't afford to lose him," and Dwero held up a hand, cutting off the silver-haired woman. "I assure you that I will return to the Nirvana to resume my medical duties. At the moment, those harvest survivors need me and Pili can handle the sick day in my absence. She has gotten better. I will make certain that he returns to the ship unharmed." Slade said with assurance. Magno considered the man from Tarak for a long time before finally giving her consent. The Vanguard dagger. What? He's going to be part of the landing party. He can pilot a Vanguard. Barnett was already hopping mad at being selected to be part of the excursion, due to her previous experience in the first Vanguard mission. Along with Jura and Dinah, she was going to be joining the Tekkaman, Duero and Pegas as they prepared to head to the surface. Barnett groaned as she realized that she was going to be stuck with not one, but two men. And not just any men. One had enough power to destroy a medium-grade battlecruiser on his own, and the other came from the planet of Megele's most hated enemy. At first, Jusenkyo, Yukio and the rest of the warrior squadron had protested when Slade told them that they would not be joining him. Since the dreads had been rendered useless, due to the high electromagnetic interference and the fact that they could not maneuver well in the swarms of meteoroids and space debris, Slade had decided to have the remaining vanguards set up defensive lines and patrol the area while he went to the surface with the others. There was also the fact that Dinah, Jura and Barnett were the only female Vanguard pilots with the experience to operate the Megele on land. Duero was also familiar with moving a van type on land from his academy days. Though the facts irritated the members of the warrior squadron, they still carried out their orders and prepared to guard the Nirvana until their leader returned. Recently, Parfad had equipped the humanoid machines with new power packs to increase their range. The Megele would be able to sustain extended periods of constant operation as they defend the pirate vessel from any surprise attacks from the harvesters. "Mr. Doctor is coming with us?" Dinah asked as she began putting on the new bodysuit that the Register had created for all Vanguard pilots. The outfits were made of a special, impact-absorbent material which molded to their figures. They were colored gray and were extremely lightweight. "That's what Slade said," Jura replied as she zipped up the front of her suit, then admired herself in a nearby, full-length mirror. Gray isn't my color, but I love the boots." The suit easily molded to her lush curves like a second skin. "Will someone tell me why we have to wear these suits?" Barnett griped as she slipped into her own outfit. "They're for your safety." All three girls turned to see Duero and Slade walking toward them. Slade was in his usual attire, while Duero was also wearing a bodysuit, but had his trench coat over it. In one hand was a large black satchel, in which he carried his medical and survival gear. "What do you mean for our safety?" Barnett demanded. Duero tapped the material on the chest of his own suit. "These new bodysuits are made of a special material which can lessen the force of impact on your bodies. I had asked Vascogni and Parfat to come up with these suits when several of the warrior squadron pilots were injured in battle, due to being jostled about in their mechas after being hit. Restraints in the van types weren't enough. The suits are also good protection against extreme cold, punctures and excessive moisture. Aside from those space suits that dread pilots wear, your regular wardrobes were inappropriate for certain combat situations and did not provide much protection. Furthermore, those spacesuits were too clumsy to wear for Vanguard operation, which required fine manipulation control. I had spoken with Slade and he agreed with me and had these new suits made up. HMPF. Barnett snorted as she zipped up the front of her own outfit, then glared at Slade. So how come you're not wearing a suit? Pegasus has a lot more padding than the standard Vanguard and besides, my clothes are actually made of the same material as your suits. It's a very wonderful material that I picked up on a planet that's specialized in creating unique fabrics. They're durable, stain-resistant, impact-absorbent, repels all dirt and odor-creating molecules, and won't wear out as fast as regular cloth. Perfect used my jacket as a template to create the bodysuits you're wearing now. In any case, I can always transform if we get into a tight situation. So let's get ready. Dinah eagerly nodded as ran toward her Vanguard, which she had painted blue with little green alien designs on it. Jura blew Slade a kiss before heading off to hers. Barnett growled a bit as she turned to her own machine. Before going to it, she glared back at Tuero. It's bad enough that I have to take orders from a man again, so don't get in my way. I'm not going to be babysitting anyone, especially a man. If you get into trouble, then don't expect me to save your butt. She then stomped off to get into her Vanguard. Tuero was about to reply to her remark when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Slade giving him a reassuring smile while shaking his head. Don't let her words get to you. Doc, it's just her way of covering up her own insecurities. She may act tough and can be a bit of a pain in the ass, but deep down, she's really a good person. She just has a really hard time showing it. Tuero chuckled a bit as he nodded. I know. That's what I thought too. You do? Yes. I've often suspected that her abrasive exterior was actually hiding a more. Well, now is not the time. Slade nodded as they both went to their respective machines. I hope he'll be alright. Perfect said nervously as she continued to pace the floor of the engineering section. I'm sure that he'll be fine. One of her assistants said. After all, they're going down to rescue some survivors, that's all. However, the girl's words seemed to fall on deaf ears as Perfect continued to pace. Why can't I come along? Misty pouted as she and Mia watched the Vanguard dropship and Pegasus depart from the Nirvana. Both girls were standing on the observation deck. You're not qualified to pilot a Vanguard, Mia replied, though she was a bit miffed that she was not a part of the mission. Due to her claustrophobia, she could not pilot a Vanguard and because of the interference and space debris, the dreads could not be used. For the first time since becoming part of Magno's crew, Mia had been reduced to being a spectator. That blonde bimbo or that redhead is going to steal my Prince Charming, Misty complained. Mia's eyes narrowed a bit as she thought about Jura and getting to be with Slade more than she was As the Vanguards and Pegas broke through the atmosphere and began making their way toward the source of the distress signal, Saber watched his monitor in anticipation. It won't be long now. Barnet gritted her teeth as she fought the high winds while controlling her fall toward the surface of the planet. With the same umbrella-like devices that they had used before, the mecha made their descent. Chura's friend looked over to the side and noted with irritation that Duero's machine was making a smooth drop with precision. Determined not to be outdone by Duero, Barnet attempted to make her landing a perfect one. However, in her haste and anger, she misjudged the distance between her vanguard and the ground. One foot of her machine hit an outcropping of rock and this caused her mecha to go tumbling face first into the sand. Barnet was bounced around a bit in her cockpit before her mecha came to a stop. As she righted her van type to a standing position, she noticed that her body was not at all sore and realized with an irritated sigh that the new suit she was wearing had cushioned the impact. Damn! He just had to be right. At that moment, Duero's white mecha landed easily beside hers. On the front was the red X emblem of the Tarak Medical Corps. It walked up to Barnet's machine as Duero made contact. "Are you all right, Barnet? Do you need any medical assistance? You took a very bad fall there. Did the suit protect you from the impact?" Annoyed that he had made a perfect landing, and even showing concern for her, Barnet simply made her machine turn its back to his and began stomping off as the other Vanguards and Pegas approached them. Inside his own machine, Duero could only sigh. This was going to be a long mission. On the Nirvana's bridge. Are we still in contact with the landing party? BC asked. How are communications? Amuro nodded as she worked her console. Communications are still a little garbled, but thanks to the new homing beacons on each Vanguard and Pegas, we can still track them and pinpoint their locations at any time. Good. The first officer then contacted the patrol groups. Shanpu, have you encountered any sign of the enemy? All in space and flying in her own van type? The Amazon pilot shook her head. My group hasn't reported any visual sightings of the enemy, and all this interference is making our own sensors unreliable. All this debris floating about is making it hard for us to maneuver. It's a good thing that the van types are smaller than the dreads. No way Mia and her squadrons could move through this. We'll notify you if we spot anything. A while later, on the surface of the planet. Well, it looks like this is the place, Slade said as he and his group stood before a large, derelict, man-made structure, which was partially built into the side of a huge mesa. They had been able to track the source of the distress signal to this location. However, there was just one problem. The Vanguards and Pegas were too large to fit through the main entrance. It looks like we're going to have to go in on foot, Slade said as he used Pega's sensors to scan the environment around them. The readouts showed that the air was breathable and the temperature, though it was a scorching 110 degrees Fahrenheit, was tolerable enough for the team. Why can't we just smash our way in? Barnet asked impatiently as she wanted to get this rescue mission over with. Before Slade could answer, Poirot replied for him. Structural analysis of the interior indicates that such an action would cause it to collapse, killing the survivors. My sensors are picking up some faint, human life signs. This is a rescue mission, after all. Slade is correct. We're going to have to disembark and go in by ourselves. I'm also picking up some echoing signatures, indicating that there are some large caverns as well. If there are any survivors, then that's probably where they were hiding to have escaped the harvest. Pegasus turned to face Dinah and Jura's machines. You two will remain here and keep a lookout, while Poirot, Barnett and myself go in. Hey! Since when do we have to take orders from you? Barnett said in outrage. Since the captain made me the leader of the Vanguards and all missions of this type. And I didn't even want the job. Now we can stand about and argue until our power cells give out, or we can go down and get those survivors out of here and back to the Nirvana as quickly as possible. Or do you want the deaths of those survivors on your conscience? Barnett barely managed to rein in her anger as she wordlessly opened the hatch of her machine and made her mecha kneel down so she could disembark. She took along an old-style submachine gun from her collection of antique firearms, plus several clips of ammunition. She carried a small survival pack with rations and various other pieces of equipment. Poirot followed suit and emerged from his vanguard with his medical kit in hand, filled with all best technology Megele had to offer. As he prepared to join the others, he made a quick, routine check of all his vital equipment, and became a bit concerned when he saw that their calibrations were slightly off. They were all working fine on the Nirvana. It could be due to the interference from the frequent solar flare activity. This may be a problem. When he heard his name being called, he mentally put his concerns on the back burner for the moment and walked over to Slade and Barnett. In addition to the medical kit, he also had a Tarak assault rifle with retractable bayonet, slung over one shoulder. The same weapon was issued to all Tarak soldiers and was standard equipment in the Vanguards. Barnett had the weapon with slight interest, as she knew that all Tarak firearms were still based on the principle of projectile weaponry. After all, the wound that Poirot had bandaged up during that attack on the Ikazuchi had been from a rifle shot penetrating her spacesuit. She then spoke to the doctor with a slightly sarcastic tone. "Do you know how to use that?" Poirot shrugged as he replied. "I was considered a fair shot at the academy. Oh, I haven't used one since I came aboard the Nirvana. I may be a bit rusty, but I'll manage." Barnett snorted with disdain as she and Poirot went to Slade, who was giving some orders to Pegasus to remain with Jura and Dinah. "But why can't we come with you, Mr. Alien?" Dinah pouted. "Yes. Why do we have to stay on boring guard duty?" Jura asked with disappointment. "I can't risk all of us getting into trouble if this is a trap." The former Sodom replied. "You'll be our backup if things go wrong. If you don't hear from us in 30 minutes, then come get us. If things get too extreme, then return to the Nirvana. And no arguments." With those words, He and the others entered through the small opening and began exploring. 15 minutes later, these caverns go on forever. Barnett complained as she and the two men continued deeper into interior of the mesa. Are you sure you know where you are going? Guero and Slade were also annoyed as they found themselves wandering about a maze of stalagmites, stalactites and various other rock formations. The further they went into the caverns, the uneasier they had become. The doctor was currently in the lead as he held out a portable scanner to track the life signs of the survivors. However, the further they were from the other members of the away team, the weaker their homing beacons became. The caves were full of various ores and crystal formations, which gave off intermittent pulses of electromagnetic waves, thereby further interfering with their equipment. I don't like this. We've been searching for a while now, and we still haven't found any sign of the survivors. Slade thought as he followed behind Guero. It's almost as if we were being led into. There! The doctor cried out as he plunged to an adjoining cavern. The life sign readings are strongest in there. I'm definitely picking up human vital signals. How many? Slade asked. Just one. One? But the message we received said that there were 6 survivors. Barnett interjected. Well, it could be that the other 5 may be dead now. Guero said slowly, then added, then again, it could be that the others may be somewhere else. This is a big place, you know. Well, at least we'll be able to help one of them now. Come on. Slade waved for the two of them to follow as he headed off toward the cavern. The 3 ran toward the source of the signal and soon found themselves in a huge space and were facing a vertical wall. Looking up, they saw that someone was standing on a ledge and was gazing down upon them. The figure was about as tall as Slade and was wearing a brown jacket, white shirt, dark blue pants and black boots. He had long, dark green hair and his pale face was angular. However, the most striking of his feature was that his eyes had scarlet irises, which burned like hot coals. His very being seemed to emanate a feeling of evil. Hello down there. The figure spoke as he grinned at the nearest Tekkaman. It's been a while since we last met, Slade. Huh? You know who I am? Slade said in confusion. Indeed. And I should think that you should know me as well. The stranger said as he took out something from his left jacket pocket and hid it behind his back. I don't think we've ever met, though your voice sounds familiar. Slade then shook his head to clear it. Listen, we're on a rescue mission here and we're looking for survivors from a harvester attack. Are you one of them? The stranger snorted in disdain while shaking his head. Oh, you won't find any survivors here, because there never were any. What? Barnett exclaimed as she held out her weapon at the ready. Guero also unslung his rifle. What do you mean? The stranger shrugged as he answered with a sneer. The harvesters had long since picked this planet clean of its inhabitants. There hasn't been a single human being on this world for months. Until today. But we received a transmission from... Barnett began. The stranger interrupted her. What you received was merely a recording. The last words of a group of people, just before they were killed and their bodies torn apart by the harvester machines. Quite pathetic, but it served its purpose in luring you here to this world. So this was a trap after all, Dwaro said with a firm tone as he readied his weapon. Indeed. The man agreed as he continued to gaze solely upon D-Boy. And now that the one whom I seek is here, I shall be doing a little harvesting of my own, specifically harvesting the secrets of Tekkaman Slade. Of course, after I'm done with you, there won't enough of you or your comrades to sweep under the carpet. Slade snorted as he took a defensive stance. Yeah, you and what army? Just who do you think you are? Why Slade, I'm surprised that you still don't recognize me. Perhaps, this will jog your memory. Barren, Slade and Dwaro gasped as they saw a bright red light appear on the stranger's forehead, in the shape of a Tekke crystal. Then their blood ran cold as he brought out what he had been hiding behind his back and held it aloft. Tekkadread. Saber's Tekke crystal was different from Slade's as it was colored crimson and it had its two side arms folded down when not in use. The arms swung up as the human form of Saber was bathed in scarlet brilliance. Segments of armor appeared and fused to his body, making him appear more menacing. When the transformation completed itself, the evil Tekkaman leapt down while bringing out his lance. Move! Slade cried out as he pushed Dwaro and Barren off to one side, then swerved to the other. Making a perfectly executed tuck and roll, he avoided Saber's first attack and came to his feet while bringing out his own crystal. Saber, however, chuckled evilly as he mentally activated a device that was hidden in the cavern walls, which sent out a signal to close the trap. The Nirvana. Captain. Commander. I'm reading a high-frequency energy pulse being emitted from the planet, Amaron announced. Can you pinpoint its source and where it is being directed? Kuzum asked. Before the dark-skinned girl could reply, several dozen meteoroids and other masses of space debris suddenly began moving by themselves. The pirates were totally baffled when the chunks of rock and metals made a kind of net-like pattern, surrounding the planet like a swarm of ants. When they reached certain points in orbit, each mass began emitting lines of light to each other, forming a gigantic energy web, which surrounded the planet. What is that? Magno demanded. Ezra quickly began running scans and had the answer 10 seconds later. It seems to be some kind of elaborate barrier system. Those meteoroids and other chunks of space debris had some kind of energy emitters and thruster units hidden inside of them. Why didn't we detect them? PC inquired. Because of all the interference from the solar flares and the high background radiation emissions, our sensors couldn't pick them up until after they had activated. Captain, I've lost contact with the away team. Amaron cried out. What? BC and Magno gasped simultaneously. Those units are sending some kind of energy dampening field to the surface of the planet. All communications and homing beacons to the Vandreads have been completely cut off. Can we break through the barrier? Kuzum asked. Ezra gasped as she read the energy output of Saber's trap. Oh my! Those energy emitters are putting out enough power to deflect all the firepower of the Megele Space Force. It's the equal to Tekkadread. And it seems that those emitters are using a kind of regenerating power source. I don't think our guns at full force could break through. Magno decided to give it a try as she raised Bart in his navigation well. Bart, see if you can punch a hole in that barrier. Try focusing on one of those meteoroids. Maybe if we take out one, then the rest might collapse. Roger. Bart replied as he engaged the targeting systems and aimed for a chunk of space rock near the northern hemisphere of the planet. The Nirvana let loose with a barrage of particle beams, which looped and arced toward their target. However, just before they hit, the meteoroid glowed briefly. The beams were instantly absorbed with no loss in the shield's integrity. Then, to everyone's horror, the emitters on the huge mass suddenly cut loose with a huge beam of energy at 10 times the strength of the ones it had absorbed. Right back at the Nirvana. Bart screamed as he just barely managed to move the Nirvana out of the way of the reflected beam. He was breathing heavily for several minutes before he finally calmed down and said, "No good, Captain. I can't shoot them down, and they'll throw everything I shoot right back at us." With interest, Magno frowned as she realized that a direct assault was not an option. She could only hope that the landing party was still safe while she and the others attempt to get through. At the moment, the landing party was anything but safe. "Let's get it on," Slade shouted as he raised his crystal aloft. "TKSEDD. Hey, GGGGGHHHHHH. Both Guero and Barnett were shocked to see Slade fall to knees in agony as energy surges suddenly ripped into his body. It was like seeing a man continuously getting struck by bolts of lightning. Finally, the pain stopped as the energy dissipated. The Tekkaman trembled as he looked up at his adversary. "What's going on?" Saber chuckled as he replied, "Oh, what's the matter, Slade? Don't like the dampening field which is preventing you from transforming? What? Oh? You didn't know that the Tekkaman power system had certain weaknesses? Dog, too bad." Seeing his greatest adversary in such pain pleased Saber immensely. "Well, for your information, energy pulses that are emitted from a very rare crystal substance can disrupt the power flows during transformation, causing extreme pain to the user, namely you. If you were to persist in trying to transform, then it would eventually lead to death. However, they had no effect on those who had already transformed, such as myself. So, this was all a setup. The distress signal, and those life sign readings. Yes, and you took the bait, as I knew you would. Why? Is this another scheme of the Earth's?" Saber snorted. "Earth? This has nothing to do with them. This is between you and I, what? Do you know that it took me 6 weeks to recover from our last battle? During that time, I thought of nothing but revenge for the pain and humiliation that you put me through. I was the greatest warrior in the cosmos, until you defeated me. As punishment for my failures, the Council of Earthrag cast me aside like garbage, but I do not care, for I shall soon have my revenge upon those pompous leaders of Earth once I have defeated you and taken your power. What are you talking about? Saber gestured with his lance. What I want from you, Slade, is the secret to evolving into the penultimate form of the Tekkaman power system. And you will give me that secret or what? Or I shall simply tear you apart and look for the secret in your bloody remains. Now I'm a reasonable man. If you give me that secret, then I shall turn off the dampening field and allow you and your pathetic friends to leave. Slade growled as he knew that he could trust Saber about as far as he could throw a planet. He could tell that the Crimson Space Warrior would kill them all in an instant after he got what he wanted. He could also tell that Saber was a few cards short of a deck. He was a power-mad Tekkaman and that was a very bad combination. If he had the power of the penultimate state then, he didn't even want to think about it. However, there was one problem. Slade didn't know for certain how he had become Tekkaman Blaster in the first place. His memory was still fuzzy over that time and he had been unable to duplicate the transformation since then. Well, Slade, are you going to be reasonable and give me what I want or? The Scarlet Fighter let his words trail off, letting his opponent fill in the blanks. Well, I'd hate to disappoint you, Saber. Slade winced as he got back to his feet. His body was feeling aches and pains in places he never knew he had. But I can't give you what you want, since I don't know how I did it either. You lie. Whether you believe me or not, it's the truth. Fine then. Be that way. He then glanced over to where Dwero and Barnett were standing, making them uneasy. Perhaps if I slaughter your comrades, then you might become more willing to share. In an instant, Saber turned and charged at the two with lance thrust forward. He moved with such speed that Dwero and Barnett had absolutely no time to defend themselves. They would have been skewered on the Tekkaman's weapon if Slade hadn't intervened. No! Just as the point of the lance came close to puncturing Barnett, Slade let loose with a key bolt, which knocked Saber off balance as it slammed into his side. However, the Red Warrior was only slightly stunned as he came to a stop and turned to face the boys. At that moment, the former Sodom leapt toward his foe and managed to grab hold of the shaft of Saber's weapon. Calling forth all the super strength that he could muster, he tried to push his enemy back while calling out to his friends, "Get out of here now! Hurry!" However, Saber had other ideas as he began pushing Slade back. "Well now, Slade, it seems that you're not quite as helpless without your Tekkaman powers as I thought. That was quite a trick. You actually made me blink. Still, as you currently are, you are no match for me." Saber emphasized his point as he drove a knee into Slade's abdomen, then used his lance to knock him away. The Nirvana's Tekkaman went flying back and impacted heavily against a wall, causing a deep depression to form as the sides crumbled around him. Saber then turned and causally began walking toward Barnet and Twirl. Now then, where were we? Oh yes, I was about to turn the two of you into bloody smears on the walls. Barnet growled as she held up her weapon. Go to hell. The cavern was instantly flooded with the sounds of gunfire as the dread pilot opened fire. Beside her, Twirl also began shooting with his rifle. However, the bullets were about as effective as throwing jelly beans as they flattened and bounced off the armor of their foe. Saber laughed as he continued to advance toward them. Oh please! You've got to be kidding. When he came within 10 feet of them, he casually swung his lance at Twirl, expecting his head to be sliced clean off his shoulders. The doctor managed to think fast enough and held up his rifle while leaning backward. The edge of Saber's lance cut into the side of the physician's weapon, but the rifle just barely managed to stay in one piece. However, the impact caused the Tarak man to be sent sprawling backward more than 15 feet. Twirl landed hard on his back as he skidded back another 10 feet. Barnet began backing away while still firing at the cruel space warrior. However, she soon found herself backed against the wall and a moment later, her submachine gun was silent as she used up the ammunition in the clip. Before she could switch it for another magazine, Saber simply reached out and grasped the barrel of the gun, crushing the metal and plastic, and rendering it useless. Barnet immediately dropped the ruined weapon and reached for her most trusted sidearm, which was an ancient calico pistol. However, Saber simply stood there and dared her to fire, which she did. She started shooting and kept on shooting. However, when the gun's slide came forward, indicating that it was empty, Jura's friend knew that she was in trouble. It was at that time that she truly knew what fear was. She took another few steps back, but stumbled when her left foot stepped into a small crevice. The girl went down and landed hard on her rear. She winced as she felt a sharp pain shooting up her leg from her ankle. Still, she desperately tried to keep her distance from him. "Are you finished now?" Saber taunted as he continued to play with his prey. Twirl shook his head to clear it and saw that Barnet was in danger. He had suffered a small gash to his right temple, but now was no time to worry about it. He looked down at his rifle and noted that the outer protective casing had been cut through by Saber's lance, but the inner mechanisms and barrel had survived, meaning that the weapon was still functional. He picked up the weapon and staggered to his feet. The Tarak Standard Assault Rifle, the Gladiator Mark II, was based on a combination of designs from older models, some of which dated back to Earth's 20th and 21st centuries. It was built to be rugged and reliable, and could function in nearly all types of environments, even in space by using a special propellant that required no oxygen to ignite. It was relatively easy to maintain and could be mass-produced at low costs. At the front was a retractable, tempered titanium alloy bayonet, which was used for close-quarters combat. The gun fired a variable type of ammunition. With a flick of a switch, it could convert the bullets into any kind of projectile the wielder desired. Some of the choices were tracers, TR, incendiary, in, high explosive, P, armor-piercing, AP, and an AP/E combination. Dwero knew that none of those settings would be able to penetrate Saber's armor, but he had to act quickly if he were to save Barnet. Looking up, he spotted a huge stalactite, which hung directly over Saber. Taking some quick calculations, and decided that the risk of a cave-in was acceptable, he flicked the selector switch to AP/E and began firing. At the same time, he shouted out to get Saber's attention. Saber. Barnet saw that her end was imminent and she braced herself for the final, lethal blow. The Tekkaman had his lance raised high in preparation to end Barnet's life, when he heard his name. Pausing in the dread pilot's execution, he glanced over his shoulder and saw the doctor foolishly firing over his head. Then he heard the explosions and looked up. What? Barnet took this opportunity to scramble out of the way as a huge chunk of rock came crashing down on top of Saber, followed by several more tons of smaller rocks. In less than 10 seconds, the Red Space Warrior was buried under a mound that would have crushed a man to pulp. As Dwero had calculated, he had brought down only enough of the cavern ceiling to temporarily stop Saber, without causing the rest to collapse on top of everyone else. However, the doctor was not foolish enough to believe that something as trivial as being buried under crushing tons of limestone and granite would stop someone that could go one-on-one with Slade. The act had sought a momentary reprieve at best. Wasting no time, he rushed over to where Barnet had fallen and quickly examined her leg. Seeing that she had twisted her ankle, he immediately used the shiatsu techniques he had learned to deaden the pain, then slung her left arm over his right shoulder and let her lean against him. He helped her to stand. Barnet was in state of shock over Dwero's selfless actions. You saved me, Dwero. I mean, we can talk about it later, the physician said as he hefted his medical kit and slung his rifle over his other shoulder. He then began hurriedly leading his patient to the entranceway. He paused to look back to where Slade was, who was just now staggering to his feet. At that moment, the pile of rubble began to shift. Get out of here now. Save yourselves. Slade shouted as he prepared to release another key bolt. What about you? Dwero shouted back. I said get going. The warrior let loose with a blast at the ceiling, causing more rubble to fall, cutting himself off from his comrades and forcing them to abandon him. Just as the two began making their way out of the mesa, Saber exploded forth from his prison of stone and faced off against Slade. So we're just going to leave him there? Barnet asked as she hobbled along. Slade didn't give us a choice, Dwero stated. I didn't want to leave him either, but we wouldn't have stood a chance against Saber. You're injured and my patient's safety is my top priority as a doctor. The best we can do is to get out of here and get to our vanguards. With Nina, Jura and Pegas, We might be able to help Slade fight off that monster and, at that moment, the entire mesa shook as something deep within it exploded. The tunnel behind them began collapsing in on itself, and Guero found that he was too weighted down to run any faster. He had to make a decision and decided that his medical kit with its technological equipment was the most useless thing, and therefore was dead weight. Dropping the kit to the floor of the cavern, he moved his rifle over so that it would hang from his back, then swept the surprised Barnet off her feet. What are you doing? Put me down. Guero ignored her protests as he began sprinting as fast as he could, holding the girl close to his chest, so that if he fell, she would at least be shielded from falling debris with his own body. The girl in his arms began feeling a kind of strange warmth in her body, and her cheeks reddened as her softer body was pressed up against the doctor's hardened, muscled chest. Without the heavy medical kit from Megele loading him down, the doctor was able to pull ahead of the chaos, and it seemed that he and Barnet were home free. That is, until the path in front of them disappeared. Guero managed to stop himself and his patient from falling to their doom. During their way into the maze of caverns, the group had to traverse a deep gorge, and the only way across was by way of a narrow stone bridge. However, as the mesa began caving in on itself, the already crumbling natural structure broke apart and fell to the bottom some 60 feet down. Guero found himself cut off from the exit, as there was now a 25-foot gap that separated him and Barnet from freedom. Looking behind him, he saw that the cavern was fast breaking up behind him. Finding himself with another life or death situation, he made the only decision that was available. He backed as far as he could and tensed up. Barnet became alarmed as she realized what Guero was intending to do. Oh no. No. You are not going to. Wait a minute. The doctor didn't even let her finish as he suddenly sprang forward and ran for the edge. As the falling debris came crashing down just inches behind them, Guero threw himself forward and jumped. Barnet screamed and instinctively looped her arms around Guero's neck. Her eyes were tightly shut as she knew that this was the end. Guero, an instant later, she felt a slight bump, then opened her eyes. She looked down and saw that Guero was still running on solid ground. Looking over his shoulder, she saw the gorge rapidly getting smaller in the distance. We made it. Barnet looked back at Guero, who was giving her a small smile. The physician mentally thanked his physical training at the academy, plus the sparring sessions with Slade, which had allowed him to make the jump, despite having Barnet in his arms. He just hoped that the Tekkaman would still be alive to receive his appreciation. Outside of the mesa. What's going on? Jura asked as she and Dinah saw the entire mesa tremble and quake. Over there. Dinah cried out as she gestured with her Vandread's hand toward the entrance. They were quite shocked to see Barnet being carried in Guero's arms. However, their attention turned back to the mesa as something exploded out from it like an ancient icy beam launching from its silo. High above in the sky, Saber and his untransformed adversary grappled. Slade was battered, bruised and cut in several places, as he had just barely been able to hold his own against his darker counterpart. Slade had superhuman strength, formidable hand-to-hand combat skills and impressive key abilities, but that still wasn't enough against the awesome power of a Tekkaman. Saber had the advantage in sheer raw power and the protection of his near-impenetrable armor. Slade had bruised his knuckles on the metal and he was fading fast. Only by projecting his ki was he able to put up a decent fight, but he couldn't keep it up indefinitely. At the moment, he had both hands gripped on Saber's right arm, in which his enemy was using to strangle Slade's throat. He began to feel consciousness slip away as the pressure increased. I must say that I'm impressed, Slade. Even without transforming, you are quite the fighter. However, I'm growing bored of this, so why don't we end this? Just give me the secret of your evolution ability and I'll let you go. Slade let off a gargled sound as he felt himself on the verge of blacking out. I told you. I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell a maniac like you. Well then, I suppose I'll just have to find out the secret by ripping it out of you. On the ground. G.I.D.A. Wait. Jura cried out as Dyna's Vanguard fired up its thrusters and took off. In addition to new power packs, Perfect's engineering team had outfitted the humanoid Megele with jet pods so that they could fly in atmosphere and maneuver better in space. They didn't have enough thrust to achieve escape velocity, so they still relied on their booster units to get into orbit. Only Pegasus could get out into space on its own, due to its Pixie's enhanced systems. I'm going to help Mr. Alien, Dyna replied as she jetted toward the battle. Pegasus nodded as it fired up its engines and took off. Jura followed suit. Barnet started struggling in Dwero's arms as she tried to get him to release her. Will you put me down? I have to get to my Vanguard and help them. Dwero complied by setting her down, but shook his head. With that injured ankle, you're in no condition to pilot a Vanguard into combat. What do you know? You're just a man. Barnet snapped as she started for her machine. I may be a man, but I am also your doctor. Dwero shot back in a firm tone. And as your doctor, I am hereby grounding you. He then reached out to grab her right arm and hold her back. However, Barnet whirled about with her right hand and in it was her empty calico pistol. Thwack! This took the Dwero by surprise as he was still tired from carrying her. The butt end of the gun hit his right temple, near the wound he had received from Saber. This sent him reeling backward and caused more blood to be spilled. Barnet took the opportunity to go for her Mika. You can't stop me. Barnet shouted back as she headed toward her machine. She winced as new pain shot up her leg, but she ignored the discomfort as she got into the cockpit and started up her van type. In a few moments, she was airborne and heading straight for the enemy. Dwero shook his head and cursed a bit at himself for not stopping her. He then headed for his own Vanguard. Up in the air, Last chance, Slade. Are you going to give me the secret or leave Mr. Alien alone? Dinah's vanguard came roaring toward the two with Paul's rifle aimed directly at Slade's tormentor. However, Saber simply released his captive and let him plummet toward the ground as he dealt with his new opponent. He figured that he had more than enough time to destroy the dread pilot and retrieve his prisoner before he came to the end of his 1,000-meter fall. Dinah screamed as Saber easily dodged her rifle shots, then flashed by her machine. With one quick slash of his lance, the right arm and rifle were cut to pieces. Warning lights began to flash in her cockpit as her systems started rerouting power to deal with the damage. However, that was when Saber drove the point of his weapon through the chest area and into the cockpit, barely missing Dinah's head by millimeters. The redhead screamed as she saw how close she had been to being skewered. As Saber withdrew his weapon, sparks began flashing and smoke appeared in her cockpit. As she saw the damage reports on her main screen, she knew that she had no hope of keeping her vanguard aloft. Grabbing hold of the ejector lever, she pulled hard as her fighter began falling with a thick plume of smoke trailing from it. The top of the Vanguard blew open as emergency thrusters righted the machine long enough to eject its pilot. Dinah felt her spine being compressed a bit as the charges beneath her chair went off, propelling her out of her stricken fighter and into the sky. Automatic devices within the chair set forth straps which wrapped about her torso like a harness. Dinah realized that she was now floating down toward the ground as a huge parachute emerged from the back of the seat and opened up above her. Her chair fell away and the pilot was safely on her way down. Below her, the damaged Vanguard kept on falling until it slammed into the desert sands with a tremendous explosion. Soon the wrecked Megele was nothing more than a burning mass of twisted metal and circuits. While Saber was dealing with Dinah, Slade had fallen about a third of the way and seemed to be unconscious. Jura's Vanguard rocketed toward him to intercept. However, she had to match his rate of fall in order to catch him safely, or he would hit her Vanguard's outstretched hands at a velocity that would splatter him like a jar of strawberry jam. Unfortunately, as she neared her target, guess who would show up at that moment? Stay away! He's mine! Saber could have easily killed Dinah as she floated helplessly toward the ground, but when he sighted Jura trying to take his prize, he immediately disregarded her and went to deal with the blonde dread pilot. Before Jura's mecha could catch the falling Slade, the Crimson Warrior passed by and severed both of her Vanguard's limbs at the forearms. Slade's body passed her by and continued to plummet. Saber made a tight U-turn and then went into a kamikaze dive toward the handless battle frame. Barnet's friend knew that she wouldn't survive the collision, so she reached down and pulled the ejection lever. She managed to eject in time before the red Tekkaman plowed through her Vanguard, turning it into a ball of flame and sending mangled parts flying everywhere. Luckily for Slade, Pegasus was still looking out for him. As Saber destroyed Jura's Vanguard, the Tekkapod managed to calculate an intercept course and matched its master's rate of fall. When Slade was about 50 feet from the ground, the loyal robot managed to make a catch and avoided hitting the ground by inches. Cradling the nearest Tekkaman carefully in its arms, the Tekkapod made a safe landing and looked down at him, just as he was coming around. "How? What happened?" "Pegasus saved Slade," the automaton replied. Slade shook his head to clear it, then looked up. To his horror, he saw two parachutes, indicating that a couple of the pilots had been shot down and were now easy targets. He also saw two more Vanguards engaging Tekkaman's saber. One of the machine was flying recklessly and he had a hunch as to who it was. "You'll pay for what you did to Jusenkyo," Barnet screamed after she had seen her friend's machine go down. Though she knew that Juro was alright, she was still determined to make this bastard pay for what he had done to herself and her friend. However, Saber was anything but frightened of his opponents. The Vanguards were nothing more than toys to him, and after seeing that Slade had survived the fall, he decided that the faster he dispatched with these last two, then the sooner he could finish his business with him. As he dodged Barnet's shots with ease, he decided to give her a taste of his true power. Jetting back to get some distance, he powered up the blisters on his torso armor and Slade screamed as he saw what was about to happen. "Barren! Look out!" Twirl shouted as he flew his mecha into Barnet's and tried to push her out of the way. Scarlet beams of energy lanced toward Barnet's Vanguard and would have vaporized her instantly, if Twirl's machine hadn't managed to push her out of the way. However, it was not enough, as both Vanguards received a glancing shot of Saber's blasts and were sent hurtling toward the ground, hundreds of miles away. Slade shouted as the last of his comrades were shot down. He didn't know if Twirl or Barnet were alive or not, but swore that he was going to make Saber pay. He then realized that he was no longer within the caverns and near of those crystals, so that meant it's payback time. Slade leapt down out of Pega's arms and held his crystal aloft. Tekkadread. KRGH. Once again, his body was racked by pain as energy surges tore through his very being. He fell to knees and trembled as Saber landed some 50 feet from where he and Pegasus were. Saber chuckled as he noted that Slade had once again attempted to transform. "What's the matter, Slade? Still can't accept? Don't you think I would act prepared for all situations? There's no place on this world in which you can become a Tekkaman." What do you mean? Saber smiled behind his helmet as he began taking slow, measured steps toward him. "I mean that the crystals in those caverns weren't the only ones I had. After I had recovered from our last battle, I had come across a sizable deposit of those crystals in that mesa. By using some equipment from the wreckage of the Harvester mothership you had defeated, I secretly implanted special emitters, powered by those crystals, into several dozen meteoroids and other chunks of space debris. Those emitters have been activated and are now orbiting about the planet. This entire dust ball is now being continuously blanketed with a dampening field. The same disruptive energies you had felt in that mesa is being transmitted to every inch of this globe. And don't even think about trying to escape this world or getting help from your friends on the Nirvana. The emitters are also producing a force field which is keeping them out and us in. They are being continuously fed power by a secret generator and will be able to function for decades. Face it, Slade. You will be trapped here forever, unless you give me what I want. Slade gritted his teeth as Saber neared him. There seemed to be no way out, and without his armor and Tekkaman powers, he was no match for his adversary. All seemed lost. Damn it. If that bastard didn't have his armor, then I would kick his sorry. Wait a second. That's it. It's his armor which is protecting him from those crystals. He was able to transform because he hadn't turned on those emitters yet. He said that those energies didn't affect a transformed Tekkaman, so that must mean that the armor must shield him from feeling those energies. If I can somehow get him out of his armor, or maybe all I have to do is get one piece off him. Slade began eyeing the lance in Saber's hands as he continued to advance. Okay. I know from experience that my lance and his can pierce our armor, so I'm going to have to gamble. When Saber got within 20 feet of Slade, Pegasus immediately came between them, ready to defend its master to the end. Slade snorted as he held out his weapon. Do you really think that piece of junk can stop me, Slade? As Saber prepared to attack, Slade made a hand gesture to his robotic partner. Over time, he had developed a series of secret signals for just such an occasion. Pegasus caught the movement and signaled its acknowledgement, which was blinking its photoreceptors. At that moment, Saber charged forward with his lance held out, ready to skewer the Tekkapod. At the last moment, Pegasus hit its thrusters and created a huge amount of sand to be blown up as it rocketed upwards. Saber's lance narrowly missed the Tekkapod, and while he was still charging, Slade made his move. Lunging forward, he ducked beneath the point of Saber's weapon and went right up to him while reaching out with his right arm, palm spread out. He released a full power key bolt at point-blank range in Saber's face. At the same time, Pegasus let loose with a concentrated laser bolt, striking precisely on Saber's helmet, catching him off guard and driving him back. This made him release his hold on his weapon for a moment, and that's when Slade reacted. Grabbing hold of the shaft, Slade pulled back far enough for the other end of the lance to come past Saber's midsection, shifted to one side, then thrust forward. The point punched through the armor, in the upper left quadrant of the red Tekkaman's abdominal region, and into the softer tissue beneath. Saber howled in rage and pain as his opponent had used his own weapon against him. But he began to feel a new kind of pain as he staggered back and pulled out his lance. Looking down at the wound that Slade had inflicted, he saw sparks of energy gushing forth, which began to spread out through his body. Saber began trembling and twitching in pain as he realized what Slade had done. "How's it feel, Saber?" Slade taunted. Those crystals sure do hurt with their disruption fields, don't they? As long as I don't try to transform, I won't feel them. But since you've now got a hole in your armor, then that means the fields are going to disrupt your energies, won't they? Saber started screaming in absolute agony as the energies continued to flow into him. Soon, it felt as if he was about to implode within his armor. Slade smiled smugly. How does it feel to have a taste of your own medicine? Now the way I see it, you have two choices. You can either transform back to your human form and be in the same situation as I am now, or you can turn off those emitters before your body is destroyed by the dampening fields that you set up. See, curse you, Slade. I will have my GGGGHHHH. You better decide quick, Saber. The longer you stay as a Tekkaman with that damaged armor, the more painful it'll be. We will meet again. Slade. Saber gritted as he fired his thrusters and rocketed up toward the heavens. Slade could only watch as the red Tekkaman became a distant dot in the sky and disappeared. At that moment, Jura and Ida came running up to him after landing safely. Saber was near imploding when he finally reached the barrier which surrounded the planet. The dampening field was tearing up his insides and he needed to get some distance before they caused irreparable damage to his body. However, he was not going to let Slade get away so easily. Instead of dropping the barrier and emitters as Slade had hoped, he only deactivated a small portion of the fields to allow him to pass, then reactivated them, trapping Slade and the others on that world until he recovered. He emerged from the barrier on the other side of the planet, so the Nirvana would not detect him. As such, the pirates were still cut off from their comrades and were unable to help. As the setting of the world's three suns had begun, Slade looked toward the horizon in the direction of where he had last seen Dwero and Barnet's vanguards, as they were sent crashing to the ground. He hoped that they had indeed survived and were somewhere out there in that desolate wilderness. However, now was not the time. He had already told Jura and Ida to start salvaging whatever equipment, supplies and materials they could from their downed vanguards. They would have to build a shelter and soon, before the temperatures began to drop and the cold desert night began. Some 300 miles from where Slade and the others were, Dwero bit back the pain in his head, which was bandaged up, as he finished gathering whatever gear he could from his wrecked vanguard. His medical satchel, which he had brought from Tarak, had survived the crash and was also filled with various survival supplies, as well as medicinal. Unlike the Megele kit, it was not loaded down with complex diagnostic and surgical devices. The instruments were simpler and perhaps considered crude, but Dwero knew that he could trust them. They were not affected by the electromagnetic interference and were lightweight, which made for easier traveling. He had also managed to get a hold of the spare Tarak assault rifle in Barnet's vanguard, which had crashed some 50 meters away from his own. Barnet had been unaware that her vanguard also contained the Tarak weapon, which was hidden within a compartment above the pilot's seat. Added to the rifle he had, plus several extra magazines and a gun maintenance kit, he was confident enough that they would be able to defend themselves from any of the dangers this world had to offer. And if they were anything like the fierce predators of Duro's homeworld, then they were going to need every last round. Though he had grown used to eating solid foods, he was quite prepared to go back to pills again as he gathered about 3 days' worth of Tarak rations. When these ran out, then he would have to cross that bridge when he came to it. Among the other things that he was able to salvage were several signal flares, some utensils for cooking and eating, flashlights, a large tarp, and so on. Whatever items he was missing to ensure survival, he would get creative. Seeing that there was no instruments on the Vandread's or in Barnet's so-called survival kit to light a simple fire, he began collecting some pieces of flint from the surrounding area and materials for kindling. When he scavenged Barnet's belongings, he found some flimsy material, which would burn well and get the fire started after he had collected enough wood from some of the brush that was nearby. Starting a campfire was crucial as night was fast approaching. I certainly hope that she doesn't mind if I use these. When he had gathered enough supplies and whatnot, he returned back to his Vandread. There, Barnet lay unconscious on a blanket, beneath a temporary lean-to, which Dwaro had quickly fashioned from support struts, cables and a tarp. He would later build a tent after he had gotten a fire going. After pulling Barnet from her downed fighter, Dwaro had quickly treated her wounds and applied some salves to prevent scarring on her skin, which he knew she detested. As of now, Barnet's injured ankle had been set and bandaged, and her right forearm was wrapped after she had received a large cut during the crash. She had also received numerous bumps and bruises, but her bodysuit had taken the brunt of the impacts and allowed her to survive. She was going to be sore for a few days, but she would live. For now. The real question was, would they be able to live long enough to be rescued? Dwaro knew that it was a very dangerous world he was on. He had done some research on it before volunteering for the away mission. It was a harsh, unforgiving environment and only the strong survived. It was going to be survival of the fittest. Dwaro was determined to prove that he was up to the challenge. To be continued. Author's notes. Whoa! Was that a long one? In any case, Part 1 draws to a close, and if you readers haven't already figured it out, this will be mainly a Dwaro/Barnet storyline. Dwaro has always been my favorite Vandread character as he reminds me of Dr. McCoy and Spock from Star Trek. He's got the medical savvy of Bones, and the calm, cool attitude of the Vulcan first officer. There's going to be a lot of interactions between the characters, but especially between the Doctor and our man-hating dread pilot. Barnet may come from a world in which the people enjoy the benefits of advanced technology, but she's soon going to learn that Tarak isn't something to scoff at. Those men had to learn how to survive, without the advantages of technology, and Puero is going to give her some lessons in the basics. She'll find herself like a fish out of water, and she may even come to appreciate the lessons that Puero will impart to her. She might even come to appreciate the man himself. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. I'm also going to explore the childhoods of both Puero and Barnet as they begin to open up to each other. I will also talk about the differences between life on Tarak and Megele, as these two will find that they actually have some things in common. Who knows? Perfect might just find herself with some competition. I just love multiple triangles, don't you? Don't worry though. I haven't forgotten the star of this fanfic, and we will also be seeing interactions between Slade, Taida and Jura, and learn that there's more beneath the surface than meets the eyes. Saber will return to make our hero's life more miserable, and there will be plenty of action as well. See you in part 2. 1. Way back in Tekkadread, the first stage, chapter 5 asterisk chapter 7 asterisk chapter 5, part 2, survival of the fit. TKK disclaimer. Well, if you want me to disclaim, then I will. Ranma 1/2, Vandread and Tekkaman Blade are figments of someone else's imagination, and this fic is a figment of mine. Thoughts Chapter 5 Part 2 Survival of the Fittest. The Nirvana. Is there any way at all that we can get through that barrier? Megele asked as the pirate vessel remained in its orbit above the planet that Slade and the others were trapped on. Not that I can see, Ezra replied as she read the latest readouts on the shield that encircled the world below. There's just no way we can penetrate it from the outside. We can't scan beyond it due to the interference. I can't even begin to guess where the generator that is supplying the power is located. It could be virtually anywhere on the planet. The aged captain sighed as she considered her options. For the last 4 hours, they had been trying to contact their comrades below, but with no luck. In addition to blocking any attempt to land on the surface, the barrier also deflected all forms of communication and scanning frequencies, rendering it impossible for the Nirvana's crew to locate their missing members. They couldn't even tell if they were alive nor dead, but they refused to abandon them. All they could do at the moment was wait and pray. The engineering section. There's just got to be a way to get through that shield, Perfect said as she continued to study the problem on her console. After learning about the situation, she had put all of her time and effort to finding a solution to the dilemma. The Nirvana could not afford to lose Slade or anyone else at this point in their journey. She was especially concerned over the safety of one man from Tarak. You should get some rest, ma'am, one of the engineering staff said with concern, as she handed her superior a cup of tea. You'll run yourself into the ground at this rate. I can't stop now, Perfect said as she waved off the tea, not taking her eyes off the console's display of the force field. Not while Puero's trapped down there. Excuse me. Perfect's cheeks blushed a bit as she realized what she had just said. I can't stop while our friends are trapped on that planet. There's got to be a way through that shield. I just know there is. I don't know, man. That barrier looks pretty impenetrable, the assistant said. I mean, its readings are about equal to Tekkadread yours, and the only thing we know of that can break that kind of energy is an amplified anti-voltiker. We can't produce that kind of power, since we still don't fully understand the Tekkaman power process. Perfect nodded as she remembered the last time the pirates had encountered Saber. And we can't continuously fire at it. The aide added. That barrier will reflect our shots right back at us, at 10 times their intensity. It was then that Perfect noticed some discrepancies in the energy wavelength patterns in the barrier. As she began clicking in some new data into her console, her thoughts started drifting back to images of a certain someone who worked in the sick bay and wondered if he was doing all right. He's still alive down there. I just know it. Dwero isn't the kind of man who just gives up. The planet's surface. I give up. Dwero sighed as he realized that his efforts to make a crude compass had been doomed to failure. The principle was simple enough and he had the materials to make such a device. He had taken a steel sliver of metal and magnetized it, using a magnetic coupling from the wreckage of his Vandread. He had also constructed a pivot point, using a glass beaker of water from his medical kit, and a cork from one of his test tubes to float the needle on. However, as soon as he tried it out, the needle pointed in several directions, indicating that the magnetic fields of the planet were erratic and unreliable to be used for determining direction. He dumped the contents of the beaker out and replaced the container and the cork back into his satchel. I guess I'm going to have to rely more on my instincts. Technology can't help us much here. He remembered back to when he had checked his high-tech medical equipment and how off their calibrations were. The AIM interference had made most electronic devices either reduced in function or useless. However, that didn't mean that the good doctor was helpless. Long before he was well acquainted with the wonders of science and technology, he had been taught the value of relying on one's own abilities. He began remembering back to the words that his primate had told him when he was 6. Flashback. Remember these words, my son. Though technology is a wondrous thing and it has proven itself to very full, it can never replace the gifts that you were born with. Your hands and feet are your most reliable allies, while your brain is your greatest weapon. Technology is merely an extension of these things and can fail you. When all is said and done, technology is nothing without your gifts. What do you mean? A young Dwero asked. What good is a weapon without a hand to wield it? What is a computer without someone to operate it? How does a spaceship fly if there is no one in the pilot's chair? But we've got automatic machines, and things like that. They don't need people to work them. True, but who do you think built those machines? How about programming their systems or repairs them when they break down? It all comes right back to the human factor. It was through our ideas and our hands, which these things came into being. And even when your own hands become withered and useless, Your legs become too weak for you to stand and your mind begins to wander with old age. Your very spirit can carry you through. If you have the will to survive, to keep going, when all else fails, then there is nothing you cannot accomplish. End of flashback. Guero nodded as he began thinking about the present and the future. His first priority was to keep his patient warm throughout the cold desert night. Barnet laid on the makeshift bed he had made, after tending to her injuries. At present, she had come out of her unconscious state and had drifted off in a deep slumber. The healer had already checked for broken bones and any signs of internal injuries from the crash. Fortunately, other than her previously twisted ankle, which he had realigned, a large cut on her right arm and some superficial bruises and abrasions, she was no worse for wear and her vital signs were good. The new flight suit had done its job, though Guero made a note to ask Parfat to construct helmets for Vandread pilots when they returned to the Nirvana. Seeing that the campfire wouldn't be enough to keep Barnet from freezing, especially since the temperature had begun to drop more rapidly during the setting of this world's 3 suns, Guero began rummaging about the salvaged supplies. He nodded as he found another large tarp, and some metal support rods, taken from the wreckage of his Vanguard. Grabbing some lengths of cable and disengaging the bayonet from his assault rifle, he began fashioning a shelter to protect himself and the girl from the elements. 20 minutes later. It looks like I still remember the survival skills from my spirit trial. The physician nodded as he assessed his handiwork. The tent was not pretty, but it was well built and would provide the protection he and Barnet needed as they slept through the night. The makeshift shelter would be easy to assemble and disassemble, and was light enough to carry. Who knows how long they were going to be stranded here. After completing the tent and placing his patient in it, Guero then wrapped the girl in as much material as he could find to keep her warm. He had purposely left her clothed in her flight suit as it would act as an extra layer of insulation. Before turning in for the night himself, he had stowed all the supplies and survival gear into large backpacks, which he had fashioned from leftover canvas and cord. After making certain that the fire he had made would burn through the night, thereby providing warmth and keeping this planet's wildlife away, he went into the tent and prepared to settle down for the night. Laying the 2 backpacks off to one side and his rifle and medical satchel within easy reach, Guero lay down beside Barnet and tried to get some sleep. However, with a very attractive female no more than a foot away, the Tarak man found it quite difficult to fall into a slumber. In the Nirvana's sick day, he had examined many females and had seen them without their clothes. However, he had always remained professional and had never had any reaction to their naked bodies, as he treated injuries and illnesses. Now, it was different. He wasn't thinking about being a doctor and his gaze kept on drifting back to Barnet's motionless form. He couldn't help but admire the softer and gentler lines of her face, unlike the hardened visages of his fellows on Tarak. She seemed to be so peaceful as her chest rose and fell at a normal rate. His thoughts then strayed back to when he was treating her wounds and he had marveled at how soft her skin was and its milky white complexion. For the men of his home world, most were tanned, due to the harsh rays of the sun. His heart seemed to beat at a slightly erratic rate, whenever he thought about the curves on her body and Twirl shook his head. Just why was he feeling this way about her? Barnet had been hostile to him since he had come aboard the Nirvana, but he couldn't help but notice the fire in her eyes and admire her strength of will. If not for her gender, her tough-as-nails attitude would have been welcomed on Tarak. What is it about females that fascinates me so? And why Barnet? Is this what Slade meant about the ancient relationship between males and females? Is it even right for me to think of Barnet in this fashion? And why do I feel that I'm hurting perfect whenever I think about Barnet like this? Twirl shook his head again and then heard his stomach rumbling. He realized that he had not eaten since the crash, and that it would be too much trouble to go rummaging about the packs for the Tarak rations. He decided that he could wait until morning to eat, and figure out a way to increase their food and water supplies. I wonder how Slade and the others are doing. Speaking of whom, you don't expect us to eat this, do you? Jura asked as she looked down at her dinner and grimaced. She and her comrades were currently sitting around a campfire. Behind them was a large tent, in which Slade had built with salvaged materials from the burned-out wreckages of the two Vandreads and the parachutes the girls had used when they had ejected. Standing nearby on watch was Pegasus. Both girls had been more than impressed with Slade's camping skills, in which he had constructed a shelter and built a campfire within 20 minutes. Ensuring that they would have decent protection from the cold desert night. The Tekkaman had always wondered why he was so skilled at living off the land during his planet-hopping days. He couldn't remember where he had learned how to survive in the wild, but the techniques in building a tent and lighting a fire seemed to be ingrained into him. Dinah winced as she remembered the last time she had tasted this kind of food. Slade shrugged as he calmly munched down on his plate of Tarak food pills. The Megele rations that both girls had brought with them had burned up when their vanguards were sent crashing into the desert. The only edible things, barely edible at that, were the Tarak rations that had been stored in reinforced compartments in the cockpits. Sorry girls, but we're going to have to make do with what we have, at least until morning. I should be able to get some decent food by then. Unless something comes along tonight. What are you talking about? Jura asked, as she stared disgustingly at her plate. At that moment, they all heard a snapping sound, followed by a rustle. Both girls reached for their sidearms, as Slade tensed up and listened. He smiled as he realized what the sound was and motioned for females to relax. Then he stood up and walked off in the direction of the noise. What is it, Mr. Alien? Dinah asked. Slade smirked as he replied without glancing back at her. If I'm not mistaken, you girls can put those pills back into their container for later. Both girls were in a state of puzzlement, but were glad to pour the contents of their plates back into the rations box. A minute later, Slade emerged from the darkness with something slung over his right shoulder and hanging behind his back. "What's that?" Jura asked. Slade smiled as he replied, "Dinner." "Really?" both cried exclaimed as they leaned forward to see what he had. Anything was better than those awful Tarak food pills. That was when Slade showed them a huge, ugly lizard that had 6 legs with a long, slimy tongue dangling out of its mouth. Its head was crushed and its eyeballs were dripping fluid onto the ground. The results were predictable. "I am not eating that," Jura said for the umpteenth time as Slade continued to roast the oversized alien iguana on a spit over the fire. Dinah was also a bit squeamish as she watched in morbid fascination. She had prepared raw meat before, but this. "Suit yourself. You can go back to those pills if you like." Slade hummed to himself as he prepared the meat. After killing the beast with one blow and gutting it of its innards, including what he had correctly guessed as venom sacs, he had begun cooking the thing. "However, I've got to warn you that you really don't have the option to be choosy. Besides, it's not like I haven't done this before, and when you cook lizard just right, it tastes like chicken." 10 minutes later. "You sure you two don't want any?" Slade asked as he wolfed down a large portion of the lizard meat. Dinah couldn't bring herself to answer as she had watched Slade eat. She couldn't believe that Mr. Alien was actually eating that thing. As for Jura, she had her back turned and had managed not to throw up at the sight. Although she had gotten very hungry at this point, her pride refused to let her give in to her natural urges to eat either the lizard or those pills. "How can you do that?" Slade shrugged. "What? You mean eat? Oh, it's very simple. You open your mouth, put the food in, chew and then you swallow. Do it enough times and your stomach stops complaining for a while." "That isn't what I meant," Jura said with some irritation as she turned about and faced him. She was beginning to wonder why she even considered him for an Oma for her children. Slade's expression softened a bit as he nodded. "Yeah, I know. I was just trying to make a joke and lighten the mood, but I guess I'm not much of a comedian. In answer to your question, I'm simply following the laws of nature, and let me tell you something, nature can be real cruel at times. Take it from someone who knows." "What do you mean, Mr. Alien?" Dinah asked. "I mean that if you stay away from civilization and all of its trappings long enough, sooner or later nature will strip you down and expose you for who and what kind of a person you truly are. It's something that you can't resist, but you can work with it, if you are willing. I'm not going to lie. Let's face it, our situation right now isn't good. We can't escape this planet because the Vandreads are wrecked, and that damned barrier is keeping us in and the near's on out. I can't transform and we are missing 2 of our group. Just about all of our technology is useless from the AIM interference, except for Pegasus, and his systems aren't working at 100%. And I suspect that we haven't seen the last of Saber. He might just return to finish the job that he started. Then we're doomed. It's all over. We're all going to die here. Without any technology, we're as good as dead. Jura said as her body shook with despair and fear, as she then ran off into the darkness. Juhare! Slade cried out as he began running after her. He momentarily addressed Dinah. Stay here. He then gave a quick command to Pegasus to guard Dinah and the campsite. As he left, Dinah looked back at the lizard that was still roasting on the spit. Her stomach growled as the scent of cooking meat continued to waft past her nose. Go away. Leave me alone, Jura said half sobbing as she continued to run. However, the Tekkaman was faster as he caught up to her and grabbed her by the shoulders. Juhare! Listen to me. No, let go of me. The blonde pilot continued to struggle, trying to get free of his grip. However, since Slade was far stronger than any normal man, her attempts were futile. However, she still persisted. Jura, come down and listen. No. There's nothing more to say. There's no hope. I'd rather die fast than rot slowly in this hell. We're not dead yet, Jura. Now will you please come down and let me? No. Let me go. Just let me die now and... Damn. Well, it worked before. Jura was immediately spun around and before she knew it, in an instant, her body temperature rose as her heart rate accelerated, and her legs felt weak, as her lips were once again pressing up against Slade's. Her struggles immediately ceased as the oscillation deepened. Finally, the space warrior broke the kiss and gazed into Jura's emerald eyes while giving her a determined look, though he was a bit shaken himself. Now listen up, Jura. Just because I said that things look bad, doesn't mean that you should give up, because I certainly haven't. What? That's right. I'm not going to give up, because I have faith. Faith? Yeah. I have faith that we will find Barnet and Twirl. I have faith that we will get off this planet and back to the ship. Most of all, I have faith in myself, Dinah, and you, and me. Yeah. When I first met with you, I thought that you were a selfish, vain, egotistical, fame-hungry twit. Jura felt a twinge of anger rise, but then Slade said, however, in time, I also found out that you are a courageous and beautiful person, both inside and out. You can be depended on when the chips are down, and I do know that sometimes you may act all high and mighty, but that's because you're insecure. And I know that you can get scared. That's only natural. It is. The Tekkaman nodded as he began leading her back to camp. Sure. This is probably your first time without the things that you've taken for granted, right? Well, I do know what that's like. Before I hooked up with the Nirvana, I had to do without a lot of things during my travels. However, I didn't let that stop me from going on. I just thought of it as a kind of training. Training? Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that you and I can get through this as well. I've managed to survive all this time, and I believe you can as well. If I didn't have faith, then I wouldn't have let you or I to come along on this mission. You are strong, Jura. You can do this. I know you can. And I'll be right here to teach you what you need to know. You will. Scout's honor. Huh? It's just a saying that I picked up somewhere. However, I'd have to warn you, it's not going to be easy. I'm not going to lie to you. You will have to work to survive down here. There will be some things that you will have to accept and some things that you may have to give up, in order to get through this. Do you understand? You mean, like eating that thing? Jura shuddered a bit. Slade nodded as they neared the camp. First rule of nature. You either eat to live, or you die and be eaten. I won't force that meat or those pills down your throat, but keep in mind that food is a very precious commodity here, second only to water, and even the most distasteful of things can mean the difference between dying and seeing the next day. When they came upon the campfire, the blonde was surprised to see Dinah eating from a plate of lizard meat. Beside her was another plate of food. The redhead smiled up from her seat. "Hey, Mr. Alien. You were right. It does taste like chicken. Jura, you should have some." Barnet's friend blanched a bit as she was offered the plate, but remembering back to what Slade had told her, and given a reassuring smile from the Tekkaman, she decided that it wouldn't hurt to try it. Gingerly, she reached out, picked up a morsel, gazed upon it for a long moment, then after making a silent prayer, popped it into her mouth and began to chew. She was very surprised when the flavor reached her taste buds. The meat did seem like chicken, with a sharp, but delightful aftertaste. It was moist, but lacked the oily sensation that usually occurred when roasting fowl. After swallowing the first piece, she took the plate and began consuming another morsel, followed by another, then another. Before she realized it, Jura had eaten the entire plate within 5 minutes. Slade smiled. These girls were going to be all right. Later that night, Slade winced and squirmed a bit as both Jura and Dinah snuggled up to him, and moaned softly in their sleep. The Tekkaman was sandwiched between the two, and right now, his control over his libido was strained to its absolute limit. To them, he was just a big, cuddly teddy bear. Despite the fact that there was a large fire burning outside and salvaged heater unit inside the tent, the two females still moved toward the closest source of heat, namely his hard-muscled body. Jura giggled a bit as her left hand unconsciously traced his pectorals, and then she mumbled in her sleep. Nice. Hard. On his other side, Dinah was also talking in her sleep as she gripped Slade's right arm with such pressure that it threatened to cut off his circulation. "Oh, Mr. Alien." Then, almost at the same time, each girl began moving one hand down south and It was going to be a very long night. Poirot was also in a state of agitation, as his patient had suddenly rolled over, and her right leg and arm were draped over him. Then Barnett started to talk in her sleep. It became apparent that she was deeply involved in a dream. Have you working out, Jura? You're so hard. It's okay. Oh, I think muscles are sexy. What is she talking about? The cool and collected physician thought. He tried to gently pull away, but the girl simply tightened her grip and pulled him closer. Don't be such a tease, Jura. You know what I want. Want what? What is she talking about? Poirot began to feel a bit on edge. Come on, Jura. Don't tell me that you're not in the mood. Mood? What mood? Don't say that you don't want this. Barnett reached over and grabbed one of Poirot's hands, placing it on top of her left breast. She began moving it about, making Poirot really tense. What surprised him even more was that after a few seconds, his hand began squeezing and rubbing against it on its own. He found himself marveling at how firm, yet pliable her bosom was and how that hard nub seemed to be getting harder. What am I doing? That feels wonderful. Come to think of it, it does feel pleasant and what the... It was then that Barnett's hand went downtown. Whoa! Poirot had just barely managed not to scream, as he scrambled away, waking Barnett up in the process. The brunette moaned a bit in pain as she slowly rose to a sitting position. Naturally, she was disoriented from her injuries and couldn't see much in the dark. That is, until Poirot used a small flashlight from one of his trench-coat pockets. The dread pilot noticed that the physician was a bit agitated and was in the process of calming down. She wondered why he was in such a state. And why was she feeling cheap? Oh, where am I? What happened? Poirot took several calming breaths, using Slade's methods of regaining one's mental focus. When he came back to his old self, he paused for a long moment, and spoke. I'm glad you're finally awake. A few minutes, and one abridged explanation later. We're stranded on this planet, Barnett said in disbelief. That's about the long and short of it, Poirot replied. Both of our Vandreads were damaged beyond repair during the crash, and we've lost all contact with the Nirvana, as well as the rest of the landing party. Nearly all of our electronic gear was destroyed or rendered useless, probably due to the AIM interference. Oh, I have a feeling that Saber may have done something as well. Barnett's eyebrows furrowed as she tried to recall what had happened. However, a red light striking her Vanguard was the only thing that she could remember when she had charged Saber, and then nothing. Poirot noted her agitation and confusion as he began filling in the gaps. You almost died when you went up against Saber. Flashback to a few hours before. Barren. Can you hear me? You've got to eject. Guero watched in horror as her Vanguard tumbled end over end as it continued to fall toward the ground. The glancing blast they had received from Saber's anti-voltiker had sent them hurtling hundreds of miles away. But Guero managed to gain control of his machine's descent and was using his thrusters to keep the mecha upright as it plummeted. However, Barnett spun chaotically like flailing skydiver who had lost his parachute, and the doctor realized that she was either unable to control her fighter, was unconscious or dead. Quickly using his sensors to scan her mecha, he was relieved to detect life signs, but at lower rates. This indicated that Barnett was injured but alive. However, with the ground fast approaching, Guero knew that he had to act fast to save her. Ejecting from his failing machine and leaving her to crash was not an option, since it was obvious that Barnett couldn't eject to safety. He would have to make certain that she landed with the least amount of impact as possible. Though various warning lights were blinking all over his console, he fired off his back thrusters at full throttle, in an attempt to catch up with Barnett's van type. With less than 100 meters to the desert sands, Guero's fighter grabbed onto Barnett's and held it close, twisting around so that his machine was between her and the ground. He fired off his back thrusters at maximum and braced for impact. Guero's machine landed hard on its back and started skidding across the desert. Barnett's machine slammed down onto Guero's Vanguard, and the doctor felt as if he was the filling of a steel sandwich. However, his efforts to save her were not in vain, as he had slowed her down enough for her mecha to land intact. Barnett's van type made a horrid screeching noise as it slid off the chest of Guero's and continued to travel an additional 70 feet across the desert before finally coming to a halt, rolling onto its back and propped up against a sand dune. Guero's machine came to a stop some 50 feet beside hers. The physician let off a sigh of relief, but knew that he still had to get Barnett out of her fighter immediately. Reaching upwards, he grabbed hold of the emergency escape lever and pulled, causing the top portion of the cockpit to be blown off, without activating the ejection seat. Scrambling out of his Vanguard, he looked about and saw that Barnett's downed fighter was beginning to emit smoke and sparks. He started smelling fuel and realized that she was just moments away from being incinerated. Damn! I've got to get her out of there before it blows. Looking down at his cockpit, he immediately kicked out one of the emergency panels, exposing a small fire extinguisher. Reaching down, he pulled the device out, jumped down to the ground, and sprinted towards Barnett's Bangada. Climbing up on the body of the humanoid fighter, he made his way to the chest area. The metal was heating up and the physician used the extinguisher's fire retardant foam to cool it down. When he found the emergency hatch release, he gave it a sharp pull. Gears groaned in protest as the chest split open to reveal an unconscious Dread pilot. There were various metal frame support rods that had been bent around her body, possibly during the crash, which formed a kind of cage, trapping her inside the cockpit. Guero knew that he had perhaps 15 to 20 seconds before the Vanguard exploded, and he couldn't bend or break those rods to free her in time. Then he looked at the top of the cockpit and remembered that there was a certain something inside a hidden panel that could help. Throwing away the extinguisher, he reached up and undid the latch. The panel swung down, revealing a Tarak assault rifle. Quickly grabbing it, he saw that it was fully loaded and ready to fire. Moving the selector switch to AP, armor-piercing, he then aimed carefully and fired. BLM. 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 4 shots later and the moorings of the support rods fell away, letting Barnett's limp body slump forward. Throwing the rifle far off to his right, he leaned into the cockpit and pulled the girl out of her seat. Slinging her over his shoulder, Poirot prepared to make a break for it. That was when he heard a warning sound from the cockpit, which he instantly recognized as the internal fire alarm. Explosion was imminent. With about 10 seconds to spare, Poirot jumped down to the ground and ran as fast as he could with Barnett slung over his shoulder like a gunny sack. With adrenaline pumping, he managed to get about 21 yards from the craft before it went up in a ball of flame. Tarak engineers had designed the van types to self-destruct within a contained explosion of 40 yards in diameter. Poirot and Barnett had just made it. The doctor collapsed face first onto the desert sands, letting Barnett roll onto her back beside him. He then looked back to where he and Barnett had narrowly escaped death. The Bandgata burned like a Tarak funeral pyre, and the healer was glad that it wasn't theirs. End of flashback. Barnett was in a state of total shock as Poirot finished with his tale. After the van type had burned itself out, I started gathering as much materials and supplies as I could. Luckily, the storage units of your Vanguard were intact, so I got a hold of some rations and survival gear. Along with the things I got from my fighter, I set up camp and, well, here we are. Poirot had purposely left out what had happened before his patient had awakened. I don't know what to say. Barnett began as she realized that Poirot had again risked his own life to save hers. I wouldn't be here now if it weren't for you. Poirot gave her a lopsided smile, then shrugged. It's all right. As a doctor, it's my duty to ensure the safety of my patient above my own. Furthermore, you're a very capable Dread and Vanguard pilot. The Nirvana cannot afford to lose you. We're comrades on this journey and it's been my policy never to abandon a friend. You would have done the same for me. Now we better get some rest. We've got a long day ahead of us. Barnett became shaken at Poirot's words as he laid himself down to sleep, with his back turned to her, of course. Long after the healer had drifted off to sleep, the girl was still wide awake as she kept on hearing Poirot's words in her head. You would have done the same for me. Would I have really have done what he did? Barnett remembered back to what he had done, which included dropping a stalactite on Saber's head, carrying her out of a collapsing mesa, pushing her out of the way of Saber's anti-voltiker, and if his story was true, cushioning her mecha during the crash, and pulling her out of her exploding Vanguard. To think that she now had a man her life 5 times. And what did she do to repay him? The girl winced as she remembered hitting him with the butt of her pistol. She started to feel a little guilty, and made a note to apologize in the morning. Early morning. Poirot awoke just before the rising of the first sun, and walked out of the tent. The skies were clear and the air was still cool, but the Tarak man knew that it was going to get very hot, and soon. He had to be mentally and physically prepared, especially since he had someone who was going to depend heavily upon him. Barnett was a strong individual, and was in good physical condition, but she was without the technology that she spoke highly of during her last examination. She had absolutely no experience in dealing with harsh climates, such as this desert world, and it was even harder to face with no technological edge. She was going to need all the help that he could provide. Living all his life on Tarak, Poirot was well aware of the dangers that they would face, and without any scientific aid, he would have to use the survival skills and knowledge he had learned in his youth. Food, protection from the heat, and especially water, were top priority, and considering how little they had for provisions, he was going to have to be creative. Taking a deep breath, he began focusing his mind and body for the trials that lay ahead of them. He took a ready stance, then began a series of practice katas to work out the stiffness in his body and prime himself. He had been training in the martial arts with Slade for 2 months, and had begun key manipulation a mere fortnight ago. The Tekkaman had been impressed with Poirot's progress, and it was apparent that the doctor had some considerable hidden talent. As the first sun peeked out over the horizon, Poirot noted its position, and remembered back to the data he had scanned about the planet, before he had embarked on the rescue mission, which had become a test for survival. At that moment, Barnett awoke and emerged slowly from the tent. She was glad to be feeling no pain, and had to admit that the doctor had done an excellent job in tending to her injuries. At that moment, she noticed a soft blue light, flickering just outside the makeshift shelter. As she peeked out from behind the entrance, her eyes widened as she beheld Poirot. Throughout most of her life, she had steadfastly believed that men were uncouth, clumsy and crude creatures that didn't understand the concepts of subtlety and grace as women did. Of course, she had been proven wrong time and time again. When Slade started demonstrating skills such as singing, playing music and even cooking. Now she was further astonished to see a man from Tarak move with elegance. Barnett became mesmerized, as she followed each of Poirot's movements as he continued to go through his morning exercises. His lean and well-toned body was like a predatory cat's, swift and fluid, yet hinting at raw power that was just waiting to be unleashed. His punches and kicks were similar to what she had seen with Slade during his training sessions, and correctly guessed that the physician had been taking lessons from him. Apparently, he was a quick study, as he mimicked many of the complex maneuvers with little to no difficulty. She also noted that he was doing it all while keeping his eyes closed. What caught her attention the most was that every now and then, a thin shimmer of pale blue light would surround him, highlighting his form against the light of the first sun, which was the red giant. The dread pilot's heartbeat began to increase in rhythm, and she wondered why she liked seeing him in motion. She angrily fought down those feelings. This was not how a woman from Megele should act. The very concept of a male being even remotely attractive to a female was ridiculous. However, she kept on watching him, not saying a word, for fear that it might interrupt the raw elegance of the scene. Guerrero already knew that he had an audience. His sessions with Slade had heightened his sense of awareness of his surroundings, but he kept his eyes closed as he neared the end of his katas. The physician had found that the practice motions were excellent ways to gain mental and spiritual focus, as well as limber up one's body for the day. Finally, as the red giant was just clearing the horizon and the temperature slowly started to rise, he ended his exercises in a wide-legged stance with his hands held out in front of him as if praying. His aura gave off a final flash of light before he opened his eyes and looked back at Barnett. The test of survival had begun. Meanwhile, "Dog, come on, Mr. Alien. We said we were sorry," Ida pleaded as Slade continued to work in silence on Pegasus. His back was turned to both girls. The Tekkaman took a deep breath, then sighed as he turned to face them. "I told you before to forget about last night. I'm not angry with either of you, but I don't want to talk about it. Now did you take stock of what we have to work with?" Jura nodded. "We managed to pull the homing beacon out of Ida's Vandread. It's still working, but it's not being received by the Nirvana. It's probably because of that barrier Saber put up." Ida nodded. "We've gotten all the survival gear from my Vandread and Jura's, though there wasn't much of it left that we could salvage. Saber really did a number on it when he crashed into it. How about food and water? Well, if you count those pills as food, we've got maybe 7 to 10 days worth. As for water, we've only got enough for 3 days at best. You will be able to cook another lizard for us tonight, right?" Jura asked hopefully. "You'll be able to get us some more water too, won't you?" Slade was a bit surprised that Jura was now willing to consume alien iguanas, since the night before she was unwilling to go near one. He nodded as he replied, "I'm pretty sure I could scrounge up 1 or 2, but you better be prepared to eat those pills. I know those things taste like crap, but believe me, eating them is a lot better than slowly starving to death. The men of Tarak have been eating them all their lives and they're fine." "What about water?" Ida inquired. "Well, I've seen a few green plants, so there's got to be some sources of water around here. Before we left the Nirvana, the doc and I looked at the preliminary scans of this planet, and found that there were a few hidden springs and oases scattered about the area we're in. However, they're pretty far off and would probably take about a day or 2 to reach them on foot. We don't have to," Jura insisted. "We've got Pegasus and he could fly us to them. In fact, we can use Pegasus to go look for Guerrero and Barnett." "Whoa! Slow down there. I've got some bad news for you about Pegas, Slade interjected. I did a full systems check on him and Pega's nowhere near working at 100%. The aim interference is messing up his navigational systems as well as his energy sensors. We'd be flying blindly all over the desert looking for Dwero and Barnet. And then there's that barrier and dampening field of sabers. Not only is the field stopping me from transforming, but also it seems to be having some kind of effect on the Tekkapod's power systems. He can go about 50 to 60 kilometers, tops, before having to shut down and recharge his power cells. Using his weaponry will drain him even faster. We're not going to abandon Mr. Doctor and Barnet, are we? Ida asked with concern. No, we're not, the Tekkaman said with determination. We may not be able to get them right away, but we are definitely not giving up on them. First thing we have to do is increase our water and food supplies. Then we try to solve Pega's power problems so we can go search for them. From what I saw, they were sent off by Saber's anti-Voltica that way. He pointed in a northern direction. I don't know how far, but I'm willing to guess that it was at least a couple 100 miles. Do you think they're all right? The redhead inquired. Of course they're all right, Jura said with confidence. If I know Barnet, then she's probably looking for us right now. She's tough and it will take more than a little blizzard to stop her. Well, actually, I would say that Dwero has a better chance of surviving out there than Barnet. I'm not being insulting to your friend's skills or anything, but what do you mean, Mr. Alien? Slade paused before answering Dinah. Well, it's not because Dwero's a man that I believe he'll survive. It's because of what he has endured all his life. Just think about it. We're talking about someone who comes from a world that's just as hostile, if not more so than this one. Dwero's ancestors didn't have much technology when they founded Tarak. They didn't have the comforts and advantages that the women of Megele enjoyed. They had to rely on what they brought with them, and their own instincts. Judging from what I saw when I was on Tarak, they did a pretty good job. Their technology may not be as advanced or the food as tasty as what you have, but they withstood everything that their planet could throw at them. Trust me, Dwero's a survivor, and I'm pretty certain that he's looking out for Barnet. Oh, I have a feeling that Barnet is not going to like it. 300 miles north. What do you mean I can't wash up? Barnet had been all set to apologize for hitting him when her traveling companion dropped that bombshell. Dwero shook his head as he stowed away the precious canteens of water into his pack. I'm sorry, Barnet. We've got to conserve as much water as we can, at least until we can find some more. It was nearing mid-morning and the temperature was already hitting the upper 80s. The tent had been quickly and efficiently taken down and was now compressed into a small bundle in Dwero's pack. Slung over his shoulder was his rifle and medical satchel. But I always take a shower in the morning, the brunette complained. In this heat, I'm going to sweat and smell. Puero was silent for a few moments, and then replied, "We have an old saying on Tarak. In the desert, you can save your water and live as a smelly-eyed man, or waste your water and be a clean corpse for the scavengers to pick. I'm certain that going without a bath for a few days won't kill you. Don't you men take baths on Tarak?" "Of course we do, but since water is a precious resource, we only take short showers to clean ourselves. We don't have luxuries like your— what were they called again? Ah yes, we don't have things like jacuzzis. To us, getting clean is simply getting the dirt off. When there was a water shortage, then we ration our supplies for drinking and medicinal purposes." He then reached behind into his pack, pulled out a large, square piece of cloth and handed it to her. "What's this for?" Puero demonstrated by taking out another bandana and wrapping it about his head, covering the top completely. In this kind of heat, it is best to keep your head covered at all times. Sunstroke is not something to joke about. After tying down his head protection, he then pointed in a direction. "We better get going. It's not good to be out in the open like this. The sooner we find more water, and our friends, the safer we'll be." Barnet growled a bit, and then reluctantly wrapped the cloth about her own head. She hefted her own pack onto her back, and then slung her rifle over her right shoulder before following the doctor's lead. "Why can't we just stay in one place and wait until they find us?" "Two reasons," the physician replied without looking back. "Which are?" The Megele female pressed. "Number one, we have only enough water to last us for a few days, a week if we can stretch it. We have to go look for more. As I recall from the data concerning this planet, there were some springs located in areas north of the mesa where we encountered Saber. I also remember from the geographic data that there was a river that was some 200 miles north of that same mesa. Number two, the closer we are from where we were blown away, the easier it will be for Slade and the others to find us." Barnet hated to admit it, but Puero's reasoning made sense. "So how do you know which way is the mesa? It all looks the same to me in any direction, and you don't have any navigational computers or even a compass. A compass won't work on this planet since the magnetic fields are too unstable. Besides, the AIM interference has made any other navigational devices useless. Fortunately, I took a bearing reading before we crashed, and I know that we were blown north from the mesa, so all we have to do is head south." "How do you even know that you're going south?" The healer simply tapped the left side of his head. "The sun's rose in the east on this side of my face. We are facing south, aren't we?" Barnet was stuck dumb with his simple and straightforward answer. A few hours later, Barnet was not happy. It was hot, but she couldn't do anything about that. She was sweating and smelling bad, but she couldn't do anything about that either. Her deodorant and antiperspirant had been in her Vandread when it blew up. She was starting to develop sunburn, and the doctor had warned her that her regular clothes left too much open skin to the blistering rays of the three suns. He had offered her some Tarak sunblock lotion, but the prideful girl from Megele refused to take it. She stated that it smelled bad and looked like sludge. Never mind the fact that she didn't smell like roses at the moment. Her feet were aching, as her boots were not sweet for a long-distance hiking. The soles and sides were thin, which allowed the heat of the sand to be partially transmitted through. This also meant that any sharp foreign objects, and more importantly fangs, claws and stingers could pierce those boots. Many men on Tekkadread died, due to being stung or bitten by poisonous desert creatures that had been able to penetrate their footwear. As a rule, good strong boots with thick sides and soles were a must when venturing out into the wilderness. Guero had a spare pair of combat boots with thick soles that Barnett could have used. They were oversized for her slender feet, but stuffing the extra space with cotton and gauze would have fixed the problem. However, the girl refused them. She said that she'd rather burn her feet than wear that unfashionable, ungainly and heavy footgear. At the rate she was going, Barnett wasn't going to have any feet to stand on by the end of the day. The doctor was prepared to treat the inevitable blisters and swelling that she was going to receive. The physician was often mystified at the obsession that females seem to have about enhancing their own appearances and prestige, often at the cost of common sense. Granted that certain applications of makeup did make them more pleasant to look at, but one could only take vanity so far before it became more troublesome than it was worth. He had talked to Ikazuchi, and the head supplier had related to him the same story that she had told to Slade, as to why the Megele pirates had been formed. Like Slade, Guero couldn't understand why anyone would waste so much energy for a garden of flowers that an entire residential section had to be shut down. Now he was getting a close look at Megele mentality, in which Barnett was refusing the sunblock and boots, simply because they looked ugly to her. He also suspected that it was out of pride that she was refusing help from a man. Apparently, she wanted to show him that she was just as tough as he was. Her spirit was admirable, but the doctor knew that she needed help. Already, her pace was slowing down and he could tell that her feet were getting sore. She was just not used to this kind of climate or terrain. As the two made their way past several dunes and the ground began to level off, Guero began to see something suspicious ahead of them. He stopped walking and surveyed the ground some 10 meters in front of him. There were some slight, but odd-shaped mounds scattered about and a few depressions that seemed out of place. "What now?" Barnett asked irritably. "Things couldn't possibly get any worse. HMM. The physician contemplated for a long while, then motioned for her to follow him as he turned to his right. "Where are we going?" "I thought we needed to head south." "We do, but I don't like this area. I'll tell you why after we've circled around and—" "Oh, we don't have time for this," the impatient girl snapped as she moved on ahead. "You said that the faster we find the others, the better. Well, I'm not going to take the long way around." As she stomped forward, Guero immediately noticed that a few of the mounds had begun shifting, as if in response to Barnett's movements. When he saw something poke out from beneath the sands, he immediately dropped his pack and medical bag, unslung his rifle and shouted out, "Barren." Click. What do you? A high-pitched roar was heard as a huge worm-like beast suddenly exploded forth from the sands and lunged at the Megele girl. Barnett backed off, but with the weight of her pack and gear making her top heavy, she stumbled backward and fell on her bottom. In that instant, she was momentarily paralyzed with fear and didn't even think about the rifle she had with her. The thing was about 10 meters long, 2 meters in diameter, and resembled a grotesque horn of plenty, but with razor-sharp teeth that ringed its circular mouth. Just as it was about to make a meal out of Barnett, a shot rang out, followed by several more. The monster was struck in its head, causing it to screech in pain. A moment later, its head burst into flame as Tuero's incendiary rounds ignited its flesh and primitive brain. The decapitated body fell heavily onto the sands, as the putrid odor of burning alien sandworm was emitted. However, the danger was not yet over. Just as Barnett had snapped back to reality, something else came out from the desert surface. 2 long, slimy appendages, with several spines attached to their ends, snaked out and wrapped themselves around her right leg. She screamed out as the spines easily pierced through her boot. Then she felt a numbing sensation travel up her leg. She became more alarmed as her body became limp and unresponsive. She was unable to grab hold of her rifle. It was at that moment that another giant sandworm emerged and she saw to her horror that the appendages were actually coming from its mouth. Several shorter versions of the disgusting tentacles emerged from its maw and writhed about. The monster began rearing back and pulled in its first 2 appendages, with Barnett along with them. The girl began to feel like a helpless fish that was caught on a line and was being reeled in. The problem was that she didn't care for the fisherman. Fortunately for her, Tuero didn't care for the fisherman either. Seeing that she was unable to move, Tuero took careful aim, and let off 2 shots, severing the tentacles and freeing Barnett. The creature let off a roar of pain as its 2 primary limbs were reduced to bloody stumps. A moment later, it was pierced through its brain by more of Tuero's incendiary rounds. It too fell to the ground in a smoking heap. Knowing that there were probably more of those giant worms underneath, he set his rifle to full automatic and sprayed the areas around his companion. He used all the types of ammunition that was available, especially the AP/E mix. The ground became littered with spent cartridge cases and bloody worm parts as Tuero fired continuously, pausing only to change clips. Barnett was more than impressed as she watched Tuero systematically eliminate the horrors. Every shot found its mark. She had no idea that the normally quiet doctor was so proficient with firearms. What held her attention the most was the hardened expression on his face. He looked so rugged and seemed to emit a kind of feral magnetism that made her. What am I thinking? With one final shot, The last of the vile creatures was blown to gory pieces. The doctor stood in silence with his gun held out in readiness. For several moments, he waited for a sign of any danger. When he was certain that there were none, he quickly ran over to where Barnet still lay immobilized. Much later, Poirot nodded as he assessed Barnet's condition. It had taken several hours, but she was finally able to move her limbs on her own, albeit slowly and with very little strength. He estimated that she would fully recover by the next morning. Fortunately for her, the giant sandworm's venom had only caused paralysis to her voluntary skeletal muscles and not to any of her vital autonomic systems such as breathing and heartbeat. With some Tarak antitoxins that the good doctor had in his bag, the dread pilot was able to fight off the effects of the worm's paralyzing tentacles. He had also treated the blisters on her feet and stopped all infections. Her skin was red and sensitive, due to the effects of sunburn, but Poirot had also brought along some soothing lotion to ease her discomfort and speed up her recovery. Unfortunately, in order to treat her condition and clean her wounds, Poirot had been forced to use up a considerable amount of their water supplies. Unless they could find some more water, and soon, they would run out within 2 days. Furthermore, until Barnet was totally recovered, they would have to stay in one place, and that meant that they would lose half a day's worth of traveling time. Currently, the two were in their tent, under the shade of a large rock formation that had been weathered by the elements, making it appear as a giant arch. The desert winds were blowing at gentle speeds, but the Tarak man knew from experience that it could be a prelude to a raging sandstorm. That was one of the reasons why he had decided to set up the tent near the arch. It was also because there was a solid foundation of granite beneath the sand around the formation, which ensured that none of the sandworms could come up from below. His patient was sitting in one corner of their shelter with her knees brought up to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. She was trembling slightly and her head was bowed down. Ever since her encounter with the creatures, Barnet had been silent and feeling humbled for the first time in her life. It was as if the attack was a wake-up call of sorts. The reality of her situation had finally been driven into her, and she was totally unprepared for it. Her tough girl appearance had been stripped away and revealed the frightened and unsure side of her personality. She had never felt as helpless as she was a few hours ago. In her mind, she could still see that hideous monster pulling her toward its gaping maw, and she had been unable to do anything about it. If it weren't for Poirot, she would have been devoured. Barnet. The girl was snapped out of her reverie as she looked at the man who was sitting nearby and gazing at her with a concerned expression. The Megele girl just couldn't figure out this man. He was a living enigma, like Slade. From the moment they had met, she had treated him shabbily, and yet he still cared for her safety and well-being. Not once did he ever say a harsh word to her. He had treated her with the same respect that he gave to all the members of the Nirvana. And now, he had saved her life not once, but many times. Yet he asked for nothing in return, and had not even mentioned the incidents. Why? Why didn't he act the way a man from Tarak was supposed to act? They were supposed to be crude, stupid, ignorant savages, inferior to women in all ways. That's what she had always believed. She had eventually discounted Slade from that stereotype since he was not from Tarak. However, Poirot had been born and raised on that planet of men, so why didn't he fit into that category? Until recently, Bart Garsus had fit perfectly into that description. Poirot was intelligent and his knowledge about medicine would have been considered top-notch on Megele. His personality reflected that of refinement and discipline. His mind was logical, yet at the same time, creative. There was no doubt about his courage, which was a far cry from the belief that all men were cowardly. Finally, his words from the night before came back to her. "It's been my policy never to abandon a friend, Barnett," the physician said again, trying to get her attention. It seemed as if her mind was a billion light years away. Finally, she responded to him in the quietest of whispers. "Why? Excuse me. Tell me why," she said in a stronger voice. "Why what?" Poirot became puzzled at her cryptic question. Barnett lifted her head and her eyes shimmered with moisture. The healer was quite shocked to see the Tekkadread pilot actually on the verge of tears. "After all that I'd done to you. After everything that I'd ever said about men and you." At that point, she was unable to hold back as a lone tear trickled down her right cheek. "Why do you consider me as someone that you'd risk your life to save? Why do you consider me as your friend?" At this point, her voice started cracking. Poirot caught on to the meaning of her words and did not answer for a long while. After several minutes of silence, aside from the sound of the wind currents howling outside of the tent as they picked up speed, he finally said, "I think of you as my friend, because I don't consider you as my enemy." The simplicity of his answer struck a chord deep within her as her soul was shaken to its core. Then she reacted. Before Poirot knew it, Barnett was leaning against him and embracing him with as much strength as she could muster in her awakened condition. She buried her face into his hard-muscled chest and cried harder than she had ever done in her life. The physician found himself at a loss of what to do with the weeping female. As she continued to cry her heart out, the healer decided that she needed to let it all out to deal with the traumatic experience she had with the worms. He let his own arms encircle her and give her the comfort that she needed. Instead of pulling away as he had expected, she instead brought herself closer to him and continued to cry. Back at the other camp, "I hope Barnett and Mr. Doctor are okay," Dinah said as she listened to the sandstorm that was raging outside of the tent. After discovering a hidden spring of fresh water near the collapsed mesa, and stripping the Tarak's vanguards for spare parts for Pegasus, Jura, Slade and Dinah had settled down for the night. Pegasus was currently shut down and regenerating its main power core. The three were using the Tekkapod's supplementary stores of energy to power the heater and to cook dinner. They couldn't begin to search for their missing comrades in the storm at night, so they were forced to wait until morning. "I'm sure that they're fine," Slade said as he continued to warm their evening meal. "So how do you like your lizard? Medium or well done?" On the other side of the wastelands, after crying her heart out and feeling a little better afterwards, Barnet and Twirl faced each other and began to have a long overdue talk. "I'm sorry." "For what?" Twirl asked in surprise. "For hitting you. For insulting you. For ignoring your advice. Hell, for just about everything I ever did to you, especially after all the times you saved my life. I really messed up, didn't I?" "No, I wouldn't say that." Barnet shook her head. "I would. It was because of me that you had to use up 3 magazines of ammunition and more than half of our water. Well, that was unavoidable." "No, it could have been avoided if I hadn't been so stubborn and stupid." "Well, I'll admit that you were stubborn and you could use some lessons in patience, but I wouldn't call you stupid. We're all capable of learning, if we are willing. You just made a few errors in judgment and had to learn the hard way. However, you did learn from your mistakes, so it wasn't a total loss. It was a big enough loss." Barnet maintained as she felt like crying again. "We don't have enough water for the both of us. You should just leave me here and get back to the others. I'd only be slowing you down and causing you more trouble. I don't even know why you've put up with me for so long." "Now stop right there," Twirl said with a firm tone. "I told you before that abandoning a friend is not an option. We will get through this situation, Barnet. I don't see how we can. I don't know squat about surviving in the desert and without technology. McFile survival rule number 1. Twirl interrupted. "What?" The doctor nodded. "Don't dwell over what you don't have, and work with what you do have. We still have water, so we're not dead yet. We still have ammunition, so don't worry about that either. You may not know much about survival in the desert, but you do have someone who can teach you." "You'll teach me?" Twirl nodded again. "Provided, of course, that you can keep your temper and your pride in check, and learn from a man." The dread pilot was about to respond to that jab, but realized that he was testing her. Keeping in mind her near-fatal lesson in humility, she nodded. McFile survival rule number 2. Nature is rarely, if ever, kind. It's something that you do not have any control over. You will die if you fight it, but you can work with it. Your encounter with those giant worms was nature's way of telling you to respect and follow its laws. It doesn't care what you look like, or where you came from. When you're in its backyard, then you are no better than the other animals and plants. Every living thing is given the chance to live, but at the same time, everything is given an equal opportunity to die." Barnet shuddered as she recalled how close she had been to becoming worm food. McFile Survival Rule Number 3. Never judge solely on appearances. I learned early in my youth that what I looked like didn't matter as long as I was alive, for I could always wash up later. It would be best for you to drop these notions of vanity, because they're not going to help you. The predators and scavengers out there don't care if you're the most beautiful or ugliest prey on the planet. To them, food is food. Furthermore, just because something looks, tastes or smells bad, doesn't mean that it's useless. He then reached into his pack and pulled out the spare boots and a tube of Tarak sunblock. He placed the items in front of Barnet. The Megele female silently took the offerings and nodded. If she had been wearing the boots in the first place, then the sandworm's spines wouldn't have penetrated and paralyzed her. Furthermore, she wouldn't be nursing a bad case of sunburn if she had put on the sunblock. She placed the boots and sunscreen off to one side and gazed back at the doctor, expecting to be chided again, which she deserved for her blunders. However, the physician gave her a small smile. Don't think I'm being cruel by pointing out your mistakes. I'm only telling you what you need to know for what lies ahead. I'm going to be truthful. We've got a long, hard journey ahead of us, and at times, you will be tempted to just give up and die. This is going to be worse than anything you've ever faced before, and if you lose for good. Do you understand? Jura's friend nodded without hesitation. As long as you're there to teach me, then I can do this. Even without technology. Guero smiled again as he began rummaging about in his pack. He took out a box of Tarak rations and offered some to her. Barnet shook her head, saying that she wasn't hungry and that they could save them for later. After taking a few pills and putting the rest back into his pack, Guero was surprised when Barnet suddenly said out of the blue, "Tell me about yourself, Guero." I want to know more about you. You've never asked me about my life before. Well, I'm asking now. Do you realize that we've served together on the Nirvana for more than 8 months now? 8 months, 2 weeks and 3 days, not counting the last 2 days, since we're technically not on the Nirvana. Guero corrected with a smirk. Barnet giggled lightly at the quip, then continued. And throughout all that time, I don't know anything at all about you, except for the fact that you're one hell of a doctor and that you're a... Her voice trailed off as she felt a bit ashamed. A man? He guessed. She nodded. Where did you learn to shoot like that? How did you learn to survive in the desert? Why did you even bother to help the enemy of your planet when we first met? Just, who are you? Guero McFile? The physician said nothing for a very long time, then finally smiled while nodding as began to tell his tale. Meanwhile, hidden in one of the meteoroids that was orbiting the planet, Saber grumbled as he continued to float in the suspension tank. It would take several days before the internal damage to his body was fully repaired. However, with Slade trapped on the world below and the Nirvana unable to reach him, the Red Tekkaman could afford to wait. Soon he would regain his full strength, and once he got the secret of evolving into the ultimate form of the Tekkaman power system, then there would be no one in the cosmos that could stand against him. And should he be unsuccessful in his goal, then no one else will have the power. He had a contingency plan to ensure that Slade would perish and take the secret with him. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! Another long episode done. In part 3, we will have the conclusion of the survival of the fittest story arc as Tuero's past is told, as well as a dramatic change in Barren. These two will have to work very closely together if they intend to escape Saber's trap, along with Slade and the others. See you then. 1. Think of the dungeon worm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Chapter 8 Chapter 5, Part 3, Survival of the Fit. Tekkadread the second stage disclaimer. Yeah, I know. Tekkaman Blade, Ranma 1/2 and Vandread don't belong to me, so lay off the lawsuits, okay? Thoughts Chapter 5 Survival of the Fittest Part 3 The engineering section of the Nirvana. There's got to be a way through that shield. I just know it. The head engineer of the pirate vessel had been working non-stop for 2 days, ever since they had lost contact with the Vanguard landing party. She had been trying without success to penetrate the energy barrier that surrounded the planet below. However, she had been unable to scan the shield and couldn't even determine if Tuero or the others were still alive on the surface. Time was running out for her as the captain and her first officer had given her a deadline. A few hours ago. What? We can't just abandon them. Parfag protested as Magno had announced a time limit for her to get through Saber's energy barrier, or at the very least, determine whether or not the Vanguard landing party was alive or dead. None of us like the idea any more than you do, Magno said as she, Kuzum, and Bascogni were in the conference room with the bespectacled mechanical genius. However, we are faced with a crisis. I have the safety of the crew to consider and our mission to warn our world and Tarak of the impending harvest from the Earth. Furthermore, if we remain in orbit too long, then we put ourselves in danger. What do you mean? Kuzum took up the explanations. Despite the high amounts of interference, we have begun picking up energy signatures approaching this system. Harvester signatures. The enemy is coming here. We had Jusenkyo Squadron do a recon on the outer edges of this solar system. The interference is less intense out there. They began picking up something on their long-range sensors, using the new tachyon transceivers that you had installed. The signals are faint, but we've confirmed that they are from the Earth. We've estimated their strength to be at least 20 siege ships, a dozen sea urchins, heaven only knows how many cube fighters, and 1 flagship. Parfax shuddered at the thought at encountering another of those behemoths. They're heading toward our position, albeit at a slow rate. They're probably having as much trouble navigating as we did because of all the asteroid fields we passed to get to here. The closer they get to this solar system, the more intense the interference becomes, so we're hoping that we will be harder to pinpoint. We estimate they will be within scanner range in 48 hours to days. But I need more time. We've only just started to determine the outer wavelengths of the barrier. It'll take at least a day to pinpoint the power source and another to come up with a countermeasure strong enough to get through the shield and destroy it. By that time, the enemy will be on top of us, if not sooner. Kuzum reminded. Remember how reduced our defensive capabilities are at the moment? The dreads cannot operate with all this interference and we don't have Slade. The warrior squadron is an effective force, but Jusenkyo's team can't do it alone, especially against an Earth battle cruiser. We're stuck between the proverbial rock and a hard place. Vascogni remarked. I have all the girls in the register who can pilot Vandread's on standby, plus some of the dread pilots. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. We may have to consider retreat. Captain, we can't just leave Guero and the others on that planet, and none of us have any intention of doing so. Unless there is no other option, Magno said. However, if you cannot get through that barrier and get to our people before the harvesters come, then... The aged woman's voice trailed off as she sighed deeply. Sometimes being the captain was a heavy burden. Present time. Parfax steeled her resolve as she continued to ponder the problem. Hold on, Guero. I'll find some way to get you and the others out of there. I promise. We still haven't gotten to know each other much. There's still so much I want to learn about you. Down on the planet, I've never been asked to talk about myself before. Are you sure you want to know more about me? The doctor said as he and Barnett sat in their tent. Outside, the sandstorm raged on. Barnett gave the doctor a smile and nodded. It's not like we have anything else to do in this sandstorm and, well, I'd like to know more about the man who saved my life 5 times. 6, but who's counting? Duro corrected with a slight smile. Well, if you truly want to know, I suppose my story starts at the Genesis Foundation. Genesis Foundation? To put it simply, it was one of the birthing factories. Birthing factories? The physician nodded as he explained. Yes. You see, unlike the women of Megele, the men of Tarak reproduce by more artificial means. When two consenting fathers decide to have a child, they donate their genetic material, or seeds to be spliced together in facilities called birthing factories. The Genesis Foundation was the first birthing facility to be established when Tarak was founded. The genetic material from couples were gestated in artificial matrices and grown to term. Once properly formed, the babies were then given to one father or both to be raised. You mean, you were assembled like a machine? Barnett was a bit unnerved to hear this. Though she had strived to be tough and independent, she didn't like the idea of being born without the warmth of a mother's arms. Guero shrugged. I suppose you could put it that way, though I have no memory of being born myself. Since men are not How anatomically suited to give birth as you females are, this process of modified cloning was our most viable solution to propagating our race. I see. Barnett then changed the subject. So what about your Oma and Fama? What were they like? Well, my prime and second were quite dissimilar. Excuse me. What's a prime and second? In your terms, they were my Oma and Fama, respectively. The prime was the first father, in which I would take his family name. He was considered the head of the household and the one who made all the important decisions. It was he who primarily raised me, hence the term prime. The second was simply my other father, and he could also take part in raising me, though seconds do have the option of sharing their seed with others. Huh? We are a very open society when it comes to choosing mates. It is our belief that all children of Tarak belong to the population as a whole. Any man can be both a prime and a second. It's sort of like Megele, in which any woman can be an Oma or a Fama. So, this prime was the one who mostly raised you. Yes. His name was Tenson McFly and he was the one who taught me all I know about surviving in the wilderness. In fact, if it weren't for him, I would have never been able to complete my spirit trial. What's that? It happened when I was 7 years old. It was an experience which had changed my life. Meanwhile, at the other camp, Ida couldn't sleep. Not only was she worried about her missing comrades, but also Mr. Alien was insistent that she and Jura stayed on the other side of the tent. Apparently, he didn't want a repeat performance of what happened the night before. Lying nearby, but making certain that both girls were not close enough to clamp onto him in their sleep again, the Tekkaman continued to gaze up at the roof of the tent. It had been a hard day with very little to show for it. Well, not quite, as they had found an abundant source of water. Mostly by accident. Flashback. Ida gritted her teeth as she pulled out the last component that she could salvage from her ruined Vandread. With Pegasus being the only mech that was still functional, they would need all the spare parts that they could get. The power pack that she had extracted would provide the Tekkapod with an additional source of energy, thereby increasing its range and allowing Slade to search for Dwero and Barnett longer. So far, Slade could only scout as far as 40 kilometers from their camp before Pega's power cells gave out and it had to recharge for 2 hours before continuing. The Tekkaman was unable to transform, and therefore couldn't go much further. It was just as well, since their food supply was limited and his Radam-derived powers used up tremendous amounts of energy. As the redhead dragged the heavy power pack back to camp, she began wondering if her comrades on the Nirvana had abandoned them. She shook her head as she banished that thought from her mind. As long as she maintained her faith in Mr. Alien and her fellow pirates, she would continue to press on. Nothing was going to get her down. Whoa! It was at that moment that the ground gave way beneath her. Jura and Slade were already running out of the camp when they heard Ida's startled cry. By the time they reached the spot, the dread pilot was nowhere in sight. The blonde Megele female looked about as she held her Tarak assault rifle at the ready. Her appearance was a bit ragged without the luxuries of the nirvana and her usual applications of cosmetics. But she had reluctantly accepted the fact that survival took precedent over vanity. And it made her feel better when Slade assured her that she still looked beautiful anyhow. "Where's Dinah?" she asked as she scanned the area. "I'm not sure," Slade said carefully as he surveyed the last place where the redhead had been. "You don't suppose that those ugly sandworms had?" Jura gulped as she thought of what might have happened to her comrade. They had encountered those horrid things early on, but Slade had made short work of them with his key bolts. Since then, they were always careful as to where they stepped. "No, I don't think so," the Tekkaman replied, as he saw no indication of a struggle or any of the telltale signs of a sandworm attack. He then gestured to the power pack, which was partially buried in the sand. Jura cautiously walked over to it. "Well, if it wasn't a sandworm, then where is she?" Just as she came close to the power pack, she suddenly dropped straight down and vanished. "Jura!" Slade rushed over, and just as he came to the same spot, he also felt the ground give way under his feet and he was swallowed up by the desert sands. He heard the distinctive sound of hinges as a door that was hidden beneath the sand had opened under his weight. He felt himself falling down some kind of open area. A moment later he heard a splash. Splash! Turning about in his fall, he saw something shimmering below. He righted himself and used a key bolt to propel himself to what appeared to be a cavern wall. He managed to rebound off another wall, which gave off a metallic sound as he ricocheted off of it. Twisting and turning, he then came down onto a ledge and stared in amazement. In the center of a huge reservoir of water were two Megele females, joyously splashing about. In their birthday suits, both girls had taken off their sweat-drenched outfits and were enjoying the cool liquid as they frolicked about, splashing each other in wild abandonment. It was then that they noticed Slade standing nearby, with his back turned and blushing furiously. "Hey, Mr. Alien, come on in. The water's great." Dinah waved. "Can you believe it? All of this water was right under our noses," Jura exclaimed. Slade was barely listening as he tried to keep his nose from gushing out blood. All he could think of was how the water slid off their nubile bodies, and that reminded him of that time in the Nirvana's bath area. Both girls giggled as they saw how nervous and agitated the normally tough and disciplined Tekkaman was. "Oh, come on, Mr. Alien. It's okay. Come join us." "Yes," Jura said seductively as she stood up in the waist-high water and bent over a bit. "There's no need to be shy. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen you without your clothes, and you've already seen us, so... Hey, End of flashback. Apparently, Dinah had stumbled onto an underground water reservoir, most likely belonging to the people who had lived on this planet before the harvesters had taken them. As a result, the three had enough water to sustain them for at least 6 months. Juro was especially ecstatic at being able to get herself clean for the first time since being stranded on this world. Well, water's not a problem anymore, but I still can't help but think of how Dwero and Barnett are doing. Speaking of whom. So what was this? Spirit trial? Barnett asked. I suppose the spirit trial could be thought of as a test of manhood. Dwero replied. You see, during the founding of Tarak, the original 8 men who had landed on the planet were not exactly prepared to handle the harsh climates and desert wilderness. Water was extremely limited and they would have all perished, were it not for the actions of our leader, Grandpa HMM. Barnett was a bit irritated to hear that name, as all women on Megele were conditioned from birth to despise the supreme leader of the men's world. However, she kept her opinions to herself as she indicated for Dwero to continue. Well, according to the story, Grandpa went out alone into the wilderness to find water for his comrades. It is said that he traveled 100 miles through the desert, braving the predators and the dangers of dehydration. He was near dying when he came upon a canyon, which is now known as Grandpa's Pass. It was there that he found the hidden spring, which saved his life. He then brought the water back to the other 7 men, saving them as well. From where the Ikazuchi had crashed, the capital city of Tekkadread was created and our civilization was born. That's interesting, but what does all that have to do with this spirit trial? Well, you see, my family was poor. My prime and second were low-level officials and barely able to eke out a living as second-class citizens. The only ones who had less than we did were third-class citizens, and not by much. One way to improve one's ranking is to endure the harsh military training of the academy as a low-ranking soldier and work your way up. Another way is to pay your way up. Very rarely does anyone who starts at the bottom in the military ever achieve a rank of appreciable status, and not too many people have enough wealth to buy their way into first class. However, with the right political connections, one could boost one's status to first class. They were considered the elite and strongest of our population, and therefore received the best education, the best medical treatment, and so on. If you had someone in the higher ranks, then you were almost guaranteed a promotion to first class. I take it, your parents didn't have such connections, correct? When I was born, my prime had determined that I was not going to live like he did. He wanted better things for me. However, neither he nor my second had the prestige or wealth to assure me of a better life. I would have to work for it. However, there was just one other way for me to become a first-class citizen, and that was the spirit trial. Essentially, it's a tradition in which one had to duplicate Grandpa's 100-mile journey through the desert to the hidden oasis at Grandpa's Pass. I would be given only 1 day's ration of water, as well as a 2-week ration of food pills, which was the same amount that he had taken. He was only armed with a knife, so I too would be given only a knife. There was one more stipulation. The spirit trial can only be done if you are 8 years old or less. What? They make children go off by themselves into the desert. Barnett became horrified at the thought of sending children off into the harsh desert, just so they could have a chance of improving their position in society. It was barbaric. They don't force a boy to take the spirit trial. The doctor corrected. It's by choice. It is the belief that if a child can do what Grandpa did, then he is worthy of being a first-class citizen. So you did it. I was scared, I'll admit to it. If it weren't for my prime, I wouldn't be here now. What's your prime like? You could call him eccentric. He isn't like most men on Tarak. For one thing, he never believed all of those propaganda stories about women being the monsters that sucked out a man's innards and such. It was because of this that he and my second were frequently at odds with each other before they decided to create a child together. You see, my second was part of the propaganda ministry, while my prime was a survivalist instructor. Tenzin McFile never believed in anything unless he could see and touch it. A survivalist and an officer of the propaganda ministry? Well, what can I say? Opposites can attract. However, I never knew my second since he died. 1 month before I was released from the Genesis Foundation and given to my prime. I'm sorry. It's alright. Since I had never met him, I never developed any feelings for him. Tenzin McFile was the only father that I knew while growing up. What happened to your second? He had been attacked by a shuri and he died from his wounds. What's a shuri? It's kind of like what you had encountered. Barnett gulped. You mean like a giant sandworm? Dwero nodded. On Tarak, there's a very fierce species of giant, carnivorous worm that can grow as large as 20 meters long and 3 meters in diameter. The ones you faced must have either been smaller, distant cousins or weren't fully grown yet. Like the shuri, those sandworms weren't very fast and it seemed that they preferred to ambush their prey by hiding in the sand. When I saw those unnatural mounds and patterns of sand, I suspected that something was in there. However, unlike the worms I destroyed, the shuri happened to be more dangerous. More dangerous, Barnett repeated incredulously. There was something more deadly than those horrors. Since shuri are not very fast, they prefer to hide in the sand or around rock formations, waiting to strike at any prey. Instead of using paralysis tentacles to capture their meals, they instead spit caustic acid, disabling their prey and making their food easier to digest. The acid is also used as a defensive weapon. They possess large mandibles to capture their prey and crush whatever life is left in them. They have dense scales all around their heads and upper portions of their bodies, like protective armor, making them highly resistant to the heat of the sun and small arms fire. Your pistol and submachine gun wouldn't have made a dent in them. Barnett gulped again. Her prized antique collection of firearms would have been useless against the predators of Tarak. However, they're not unstoppable. The physician amended. Tarak rifle shots can pierce their scales, and if you use incendiary or high explosive ammunition, you can ignite their acidic body fluids. Once you get through that thick hide, they're quite vulnerable to fire. You can also try going for their softer lower underbellies or wound them in the tail regions where the scales aren't as thick. Most of the time, they keep those areas underneath the ground for protection. And my primate had shown me how to kill a shuri with just a knife. That knowledge saved my life during my spirit trial. Flashback to when Tuero was 7 years old. We see a young Tuero making his way slowly through the hot desert terrain. He is around 1/20th of the way toward his goal to Grandpa's Pass. In one hand was a stick of about 5 feet in length, which he used as a walking aid. He was wearing a bandana about his head, a loose-fitting tunic, pants and thick-soled boots. It was the hottest part of the day, and already the boy's water supply was at half, which he carried in a large canteen that was in a kind of shoulder pack, along with his pill rations and a few other supplies. However, the youth smiled as he came across a patch of green cactus-like plants. On Tarak, they were called Singasa plants. Where there was green vegetation, there was water. According to his prime, after removing the spiny needles and opening up the tough outer coating, the plant's water-rich insides would make a refreshing meal and hydrate his body. And the best way to remove the spines was by fire. After slicing off several clusters of the prickly plants with his knife, he gathered up some brush for tinder to start a fire. Though he had a set of matches in his pocket, he decided to save them for emergencies and instead relied on the knowledge that his primate had imparted to him. His father had spent several weeks training his offspring to prepare him for the spirit trial. Looking about, he didn't see any pieces of flint or anything else that he could use to ignite the brush. He didn't want to use any of his precious matches and began pondering the problem as the hot sun continued to burn down on the desert. Snapping his fingers, he reached into his shoulder pack and pulled out a set of binoculars. Each spirit trial candidate was given the same equipment that Grandpa had taken along with him during his journey. As young Tuero unscrewed the lenses off, he thought back to the McFile survival rule number 1. Don't dwell over what you don't have, and work with what you do have. Using the two curved lenses together to form a magnifying glass, he briefly looked up at the sun, then nodded as he focused its rays onto the brush he had collected. The light was directed into a tight beam that soon ignited the wood. When the flame was large enough, he began adding more wood for fuel and then the prickly plants. The Singasa spines began burning away as the boy waited in anticipation. When enough of the cactus branches were burned, he put out the fire by throwing sand on it, then began slicing open the plant's charred outside to get at its fleshy insides. He smiled as he dug into it and was rewarded with moist, green sustenance. The taste was quite different from the usual pills he ate for breakfast, lunch and supper, but as his father had told him, foods came in many forms and not just in pills. It was just that with Tarak being such a barren wasteland, Condensing the nutrients into pills was by far the easiest solution and required no preparation. Pills could last for years in storage, and quite frankly, they were one of the few kinds of food on Tarak that didn't bite back. Like any other world, nature's primary law still stood. It was eat or be eaten. One predator in particular was intent on fulfilling that law with Guero in its sights. Buried beneath sands, a little more than 50 feet away, was one of the deadliest beasts on the planet. The Shuri was a juvenile, no more than 15 feet long. However, its mandibles were fully grown and were capable of severing a man's head clean off his shoulders. Its acid sacs were primed and ready for use, though it could only spew out a few short streams before having to replenish its supply. It had been waiting for over an hour, observing the boy with its beady eyes poking out from beneath the sands. The armored worm had been watching the boy for a while, biding its time. It had been hoping that the small human would come within striking range, but the prey wasn't cooperating. Furthermore, when he had started that awful thing called fire, the worm became even more edgy. Though its thick, upper hide was heat-resistant, the Shuri didn't care to be any hotter than it already was. So it waited, and waited, and waited. Finally, when Guero put out the fire and began eating the Singasa plants, the Shuri decided that it wasn't going to wait any longer. If the food wasn't going to come to it, then it would go to the food. The worm hadn't eaten for months, and who knows when another meal would show up. It then began slowly sliding through the sands like an eel swimming through water. Gradually, it closed the gap between itself and Tenson McFile's son, and when it came within 12 feet of the unsuspecting boy, it tensed up its body and lunged. End of flashback. What happened? Barnett asked as she eagerly leaned forward to hear the rest of Guero's encounter with the Sholari. I was just finishing up the Singasa, when I heard a sliding noise behind me and rolled to my left. The Sholari released a stream of acid that just barely grazed my right shoulder, though it felt as if my skin was melting. The worm grabbed onto my right leg, about halfway between the ankle and the knee with its mandibles. It would have bitten off my leg, if I hadn't jammed my walking stick into its head, just below and between the eyes. There's a nerve cluster to a sensory organ in that area that isn't as armored as the rest of its head. Hitting it with enough force causes it to reflexively open its mandibles. I managed to scramble away, but not far enough for it to give up. So then what? The worm lunged again and spewed out another stream of acid. I managed to deflect most of the stream with my knife, but some of it spattered onto my legs, causing me more pain and slowing me down. The worm was suddenly on top of me, and was trying to bite my head off. It was about ready to dissolve me with more acid as it opened its mouth. That's when I jammed my knife into its mouth and pushed the blade through its skull and into its brain. Barnett felt the urge to throw up, as she imagined the image of young Guero fighting for his life against the Shuri. She managed not to lose it and was grateful that she hadn't eaten anything. I'm not certain if it was the blade or the acid that was on it that killed the worm, But as my brain told me, the shuri may act off scales on the outside, but not on the inside. Barren took a deep gulp, then asked, "So, you thought and killed the thing with just a knife? Don't believe me." Guero took off his trench coat and showed her an ugly mass of scar tissue on the back of his right shoulder, which indicated where the shuri's acid had burned him. He then bent down to roll up his right pant leg. There on his shin was a jagged scar, which showed where the beast's mandibles had clamped onto him. My experience with the shuri had validated the second of the McFile survival rules. Nature is rarely, if ever, kind. Barnett was rendered speechless. Unlike her own childhood, in which she had the loving attention of both parents and a stable environment, Guero's near-death encounter during his early years would have left any girl from Megele shaken and probably traumatized for life. "And, even after that, you still went on with the spirit trial?" Guero nodded. "After killing the thing and tending to my wounds, I realized that nature had given me a boon to help me on my journey to Grandpa's Pass. How could being attacked by a shuri be a boon?" McFile's third rule of survival, the doctor reminded. Flashback. Young Guero assessed his handiwork. His new headgear was hideous, but it would give him added protection against the sun. After decapitating the sandworm and emptying out the contents of the upper skull, the youth had made a crudet. The hard carapace was an excellent barrier against the blistering heat of the sun. No matter how bad it looked and smelly to boot, the layer of heat-resistant scales would absorb and deflect much of the harmful rays, keeping his own head cooler. He had also managed to tear off and clean a good portion of its upper, scaly hide, in which he fashioned into a crude poncho, for more protection against the sun and from dust storms. His own knife's blade had snapped off, soon after he had cut off the hide and head. Guero assumed that the beast's acid had weakened it. Now he was without a cutting tool and a means to defend himself. He then noticed the mandibles from the worm's remnants and nodded. Grabbing hold of his walking stick, and fusing the remaining edge to his ruined knife, he set about removing the sharp protrusions from the dead animal's lower jaw. 5 minutes later, he finished tying one of the mandibles to the one end of his walking stick, which now doubled as a primitive spear. The other mandible was to be used as a cutting tool as he wrapped the rounded end with a piece of hide, making a handle. The outer jaws of a shuri were composed of a kind of crystallized cartilage with trace metals mixed in, making them as hard as diamond. This allowed them to slice through flesh, bone, tendons, wood and even some lesser metals. Very few animals on Tarak could survive being in the grip of those fearsome jaws. Guero considered himself lucky that the shuri that attacked him hadn't gotten a good grip on his leg. If it had, then Tenson McFile's hair would have become 1 foot shorter, literally. As the afternoon wore on, Duro decided to rest for a while and let his wounds heal some more before continuing on. Though he had just consumed a large amount of Singasa plants thereby quenching his thirst, his stomach was still not satisfied, and he would need all the energy he could get for the remainder of his journey. He considered the food pills in his shoulder pack, but then gazed at the carcass of the shuri. Now what did my prime say about food being in more than just pills? End of flashback. Barnet turned white and trembled as she realized what Dwero had decided to do with the shuri. She was already feeling a bit queasy after hearing how Dwero had skinned the beast and used parts of it as tools and clothing. But he really didn't. You mean, you? Dwero shrugged. Well, I couldn't let it go to waste. The top portion was inedible, but my prime had told me that the lower half was quite filling. There was enough meat to sustain me for the rest of my spirit trial. And when you roast it just right, shuri tastes a lot like that meat that you called pork. Barnet grimaced and began regretting ever asking about Dwero's past. What's wrong? Don't tell me you've never handled raw meat when you're preparing a meal. That's different. The Dread pilot protested. How? You had to have gotten that meat from somewhere. Barnet couldn't deny that fact. On Megele, they had farms that not only grew crops, but also raised livestock via cloning. However, most farming was done mechanically and the women rarely had to do any of the dirty work. Everything was neatly packaged and prepared by the time it reached the markets. Then her eyes widened in realization as Dwero's words came back to her. Wait a minute. Did you say roast? As in cook? You can actually cook. I don't see what's so surprising about that. Slade can cook. Dwero pointed out. I know he can cook, but he's not from Tarak. Are you saying the men from your planet can cook? I thought they only ate pills. Well, some of us can prepare comestibles, though it usually doesn't involve more than heating, boiling or roasting over an open fire. Dwero admitted. Tarak isn't very abundant when it comes to food. It's far easier for us to consume pills, rather than use up energy and time to prepare a meal. However, my prime had learned to live off nature. In doing so, he created number 4 of the McFile survival rules. What's that? Always keep an open mind. Don't ever limit your ways of thinking. He imparted all of his knowledge to me, so that I would always have an alternative. That's why I was able to change my diet from pills to the food on the Nirvana so easily. I've eaten both pills and solid food, so it didn't matter to me. So, you can really cook? Barnet was still in a state of disbelief. Well, I'm nowhere near Slade's caliber of culinary skills. Or yours. The offhand remark and an intentional compliment made the girl's cheeks slightly pink. However, I've been taking lessons from Slade and he says I'm getting better. He started teaching me about soufflés and says that I have quite a talent for them. Maybe I should try it someday. Barnet suggested with a slight smile. The Tarak physician smiled as he lay down for the night. We better get some sleep. We're going to have to find some more water and it's best if we're well rested. Wait, you haven't told me about the rest of your spirit trial and everything else about you. In time, Barnet. In time. he replied quietly as he faded off to sleep. The next morning, Barnet slowly opened her eyes as the light of the first sun began filtering through the open front flap of the tent. She heard nothing but gentle breezes, indicating that the sandstorm had long since died down. She was about to rise and prepare for the day when she felt something skittering across her ample chest. Her eyes widened as she stared as a brown, hairy mass of legs, fur and fangs. What was even more unnerving was that the thing was staring back at her. The alien desert spider was about the size of a man's fist and it had 10 spindly legs supporting a rectangular, segmented body. Its beady eyes, all 5 of them, glittered as it made its way across her cleavage, then stopped over her collarbone. It seemed to be focused on the pulsating veins of her throat, and the dread pilot became very nervous as it showed its fangs, which glistened with moisture. She was about to scream as the spider tensed up and was about to pounce on her neck. FFFFFFFFFDDDDDD THOK THUNK SQUIRCH. In less than half a heartbeat, a flash of silver came down at an angle from above. The spider suddenly disappeared from the female's line of sight, and she then heard a soft impact beside her, followed by the sound of something being punctured. Barnet immediately sat up and screamed as she looked about. Her right hand went to her throat to feel for any sign of a bite or blood. Finding none, she let off a sigh of relief, then eat as she saw that the spider was now impaled in the head with a small bladed instrument. The creature twitched about on the ground for a few moments before becoming still and died. Barnet had thought that nothing could make her as scared as she was with that sandworm, but being almost bitten by a grotesque spider came close. She then noticed that she was not alone and turned to the tent entrance. Dwero looked at her with concern. "Are you all right?" Jure's friend swallowed hard and nodded without saying a word. The healer smiled. "Good. Now would you mind handing me back my scalpel?" At that point, Barnet fainted. Later, "Where did you learn to throw knives like that?" the Megele girl had asked as she followed Dwero across the sands. She was now wearing the combat boots that he had given to her, as well as using the Tarak sunblock. The lotion smelled bad, but it did ward off a good amount of the sun's heat. The shoes were oversized, but were well padded and kept her feet from burning up. "Oh, just another skill that I developed during my youth," the surgeon replied nonchalantly. "You've got good aim," Barnet admitted with a bit of reluctance and awe at the same time. "You hit that spider's head dead center. I had a lot of practice during my spirit trial and my days at the academy. I had gotten so proficient at throwing sharp objects and slicing my targets that my colleagues gave me the nickname of Razor." "Razor?" "That was me. Dwero Razor McFile, the only med school trainee that could perform an initial incision from 50 paces away." He chuckled a bit at the memories. Oh, to be carefree and foolish again. The Megele pirate was a bit surprised to learn that even the seemingly drab men of Tarak were capable of having some kind of fun. Since the Christmas party, She had believed that the men had led boring, dismal lives. Her perceptions about the male gender had been changing, the longer she was with Guero. She became even more confused than ever as her childhood hatred of men continued to erode. Were the teachings of the Supreme Lady Grandma wrong? You were fortunate that spider hadn't bitten you. It was poisonous, Guero remarked. Barnet's attention returned to the present. How did you know that thing was poisonous? When I pulled my scalpel out of its head, I saw the poison on the blade. Its smell and color indicated that it contained toxins that were similar to sandstalker venom. What's a sandstalker? Guero smirked. The sandstalker is another delightful native of Tarak. It's a very nasty species of desert spider with a bite that can kill a full-grown man in 2 hours. It's not very pleasant when you slowly and painfully slip into cardiac arrest. The brunette gulped a bit as she remembered how close that creature had been to her jugular. Did you ever encounter those things? Oh yes. I came across several of them during my spirit trial. They make nice, crunchy snacks when you roast them over a fire. Meanwhile, up in space, Saber became even more impatient. At this rate, Slade may find a way to escape his desert prison before the Crimson Tekkaman was fully healed. The former lackey of the Harvesters knew that Slade held the key to the penultimate form of the Tekkaman power system. Saber decided to risk it all by using up his own stores of energy to speed up his recovery. It would cause him great pain in the long run, but the Red Tekkaman felt that it would be worth it. Furthermore, he still had a backup plan to destroy Slade, should he be unable to gain the secret. The suspension capsule began to glow as Slade's rival prepared to do battle with him once again. The Nirvana. Mia, you're going to wear a hole in the floor, Misty said as she watched the Dread Leader pace the length of the hangar yet again. It had been over 2 days since the pirates had lost contact with their comrades. 2 long and agonizing days of not knowing what happened to them, when that blasted barrier mysteriously appeared and prevented them from landing or even scanning the planet's surface. The aqua-haired Megele female found herself stuck on the sidelines, a position that she did not care for. She had been on combat standby for almost 48 hours since the disappearance of the landing party, but due to her claustrophobia, she was unable to pilot one of the remaining Vandreads. Furthermore, the Dreads were badly hampered with the heavy interference fields still affecting communication and navigational systems. The large swarms of debris and meteoroids also limited maneuvering space, and the van types were more suited to such confined areas. The warrior squadron was on its own. Mia had been hoping that Perfect would come up with a solution to the Dread's problems, so she could join Yukio and Shanpu out in space. Unfortunately, all of the engineering staff were concentrating on overcoming the barrier. There was no time to refit the Dreads with the proper shielding to deal with the disruptive fields. Also, with the Harvesters approaching their position, Magna couldn't risk all of her crew in pitched battle with an enemy that was both relentless and merciless. If they could not retrieve the landing party and retreat from the area before the enemy arrived, their journey may come to a tragic end. I can't stand this, Mia complained as she continued to walk back and forth. Well, there's really nothing that you can do, Misty said. You can't use your dread and you can't pilot a Vandread. I wish I could fly either one, but I don't have the training. The Megele girl sighed in irritation. The concept of being totally useless was both unfamiliar and unwanted. She needed to do something about this situation. And the thought of Slade being alone down the planet with Jura and Ida was unsettling as well. Over the course of the long journey back to Megele and Tarak, Mia had come to admire and respect the Tekkaman and all he had to offer. From a strategic standpoint, Slade was the linchpin to their survival against the harvesters. They wouldn't have gotten as far as they did without him. From a personal standpoint, Slade was. The strong-willed girl shook her head. She was not going to be distracted by some silly emotions, especially during this period of crisis. However, whenever she thought about Ida cuddling up to Slade, or Jura using her feminine wiles on him, she had to stifle sudden, unexplained urges to pull out their hair. She continued to pace in silence as time wore on. There was only one thing that she could take comfort in. Though the van types were able to operate in this area, they were only good for reconnaissance and temporary defense. They lacked the overall firepower of the dreads, which was crucial against the enemy, should the harvesters appear. The sick day. Piley was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Before Duero had become the head doctor, the young nurse trainee had treated 3, perhaps 4 patients at a time, and usually she'd send them to the jacuzzi to recover. After the Tarak man had taken over, the pirates had realized that his medical expertise was far more reliable and had come to depend on him for all of their health problems. Now with the doctor missing, the 12-year-old was back to where she was before. Only this time, the patients were coming to the sick bay in larger numbers and each were expecting her to give them the same kind of treatment that Duero had provided for them. And with only marginal training so far from him, Piley soon found herself overwhelmed and wishing that he would return. Out in space, Jusenkyo sighed as she and her rowing mate Yukio patrolled one of the outer sectors. The ranks of the warrior squadron were spread out too thin for her taste, but the pirates had no choice. After detecting the harvester signals, the Bangatas were the first, last and only line of defense for the Nirvana. There would be no dread backup should the enemy suddenly appear. The Amazon hoped that enemy would not show up until after Slade and the others had returned. Heck, she hoped that the harvesters wouldn't show up at all. However, wishful thinking was not going to make the situation any better. All she could do was keep scanning and keep the faith that her intended Oma to her children was still alive. In her own Vandread, Yukio shared similar thoughts. Back on the planet's surface, Mr. Alien, come look what we've found. Slade shook his head as he prepared to board Pegasus to go search for Duro and Barnet. Can't it wait until after I come back? Pega's power stores won't last long, and I know that Doc and Barnett are out there somewhere. I don't have much time to search before the Tekkabot's energy is depleted and it has to recharge. With reduced navigational systems and nearly no sensors, I'm going to be flying almost blind out there. I think you should take a look at what we found, Jura said as she took hold of an arm and began pulling him away from the Tekkabot. It may help us find Poirot and Barnett. Slade sighed then nodded as he saw the determined look in their eyes. Okay. Just for a minute, then I have to go look for them. So where is it? Over there. Dinah said as she grabbed hold of his other arm and pointed to something in the distance. Slade tried to pull away from them, then stopped as he saw a glint of metal. He squinted his eyes and focused on the object. It was spire-shaped and seemed to jut out from beneath the sands. Whatever it was, he was certain that it had not been there the previous day. What is that? A few minutes later, Slade and the girls stood in front of what appeared to be a long-range, planetary transceiver and sensor array. Apparently, the structure had been buried beneath the sands and it had gone unnoticed for who knew how long. The Tekkaman surmised that it had gotten uncovered during the sandstorm. When did you girls come across this thing? When we went to get water from that reservoir we found, Dinah replied. It was just standing here and we think that it belonged to the people who lived here, just like that giant, underground water tank. Makes sense. Slade admitted then noticed that the large apparatus had some thick, corroded cables running from its base and led to another large dune. Slade followed the cables and when he came to the mound, he focused his key. Rearing his arms back with palms spread, he quickly brought them forward and clapped his hands together. A sudden blast of condensed wind was summoned, which blew away the sand, revealing what was buried underneath. Handy little trick, Jura remarked. Wow! You've got to teach me how to do that. Dinah chirped. Slade shrugged his shoulders, then his eyes widened as he saw what had been revealed. On the ground was a large metal plate, and on top of it was a hatch. Several hours later, in the desert, Barnett knew that they weren't going to last long if they didn't find more water. Due to her injuries and that fact that she was unused to this kind of climate, she was using up more water than Poirot. The doctor made no complaints however. Complaining about what they didn't have would serve no real purpose and make the situation worse. He agreed that she needed more water than he did, and as a doctor, his patient's welfare was above his own. It wasn't the first time he went for hours in the desert without quenching his thirst. However, despite their predicament, the healer maintained that they would find more water. Recalling from the geographical layout of the areas between themselves and the mesa, Poirot knew that some hidden sources of water were nearby. His confidence grew as he sighted some green vegetation, which was a sure sign that the life-giving liquid was around. The only real trick was to get at it. Barnett gasped as she realized that her canteen was empty. She gave her companion a guilt-ridden expression and looked as if she was about to cry. I'm so sorry, Poirot. I didn't mean to drink it all. I was just so. It's alright, Barnet. Don't think about it. We can fill our canteens here. What? Look here. He went over to a large, cactus-like plant that was about as tall as he was. Kneeling down, he unslung his rifle and pressed a switch, causing the bayonet to be ejected from its housing. The 6-inch blade became a small dagger as he used it to dig into the ground near the plant's base. This plant has to have a store of water, most likely near its roots, in order to have grown this large. He cut away at the tough, outer layers and sure enough, some cloudy liquid began dripping out. Water! Barnet cried out. Taking out a small package of chemical/bacterial test strips from his medical bag, he assessed the water's purity and composition and nodded. Not exactly like that fancy bottled water on the Nirvana, but it's safe to drink. Give me your canteen. Barnet gratefully handed Dwyer a water container. A little while later, Dwyer. Yes? I just wanted to say, and I'm glad that you're here with me. Male or female, I'm proud that you're the Nirvana's doctor. Thank you. And, to make up for everything that I said and done to you, when we get back to the Nirvana, I'm going to cook you the best meal in the galaxy. I'll be looking forward to it. He then added with a teasing grin, just so long as you don't try burn my lips by adding too much hot sauce. Barnet's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know about that? Wondwell merely smiled and said nothing. Streaking across the desert skies at better than 500 miles per hour, the Tekkapod scanned for human life signs. Inside the cockpit, Slade smiled as his robotic partner was operating at near-peak performance. Thanks to the new additions to its system, which included an energy field adapter, sensor boosters and highly efficient solar power cells, the Tekkaman was confident that he would find his missing comrades. He could only hope that they had managed to survive alone in the desert for over 2 days. It had been very fortunate that Ida and Jura had come across that underground bunker and communications station. To their surprise, they found a large amount of electronic equipment in decent condition, and most importantly, insulated and adapted to the AIM interference. The former inhabitants had been well equipped to deal with the solar flare activity of their 3 suns. Unfortunately for them, they had not been prepared for the harvesters. After spending an hour refitting Pegas with the new equipment, Slade had been searching the desert north of the mesa. Back at the bunker, Jura and Ida were trying to figure out how to operate the planetary transceiver consoles in the hopes of contacting the Nirvana. The barrier that surrounded the planet prevented normal communication frequencies from getting through, but with a little luck and some tweaking of the controls, the girls were certain that they could transmit a message through. At that moment, Pega's sensors began registering the telltale signs of human life forms, plus several other non-human readings. It also began picking up energy discharges and violent explosions occurring some 50 miles north of his present position, and close by the human life readings. He immediately opened up the throttle and headed for them. Barnet knew that this was the end. The good doctor had done all that he could to keep her alive. She would be grateful to him for the rest of her life. All 5 minutes of it. It had been their bad luck to come across more of those sandworms. This time, however, the two of them were surrounded and running low on ammunition. The worms the doctor had destroyed before were juveniles compared to the monsters they faced now. The huge predators were twice as large and had thicker hides, making them more resistant to penetration by their rifle bullets. The two had been using AP/E settings and had been firing non-stop. The dread pilot gritted her teeth as her weapon clicked on empty. She reached down toward her belt for another magazine, but found none. She steeled herself to fight to the bitter end as she activated the bayonet to her weapon. A minute later, Poirot's rifle also expended its last round. He too took a defensive posture and readied the blade on his firearm. The worms, sensing that their intended meals were now defenseless, began to advance toward them. In the lead was an enormous worm that readied its paralysis tentacles for the final attack. Standing side to side, both combatants tensed up and said what they believed to be their final words. Poirot? Yes, Barnet. Thank you. For everything. May the great mother spirit of Megele smile upon your soul in the afterlife. The doctor turned to look at her with a bit of a puzzled look. It was strange for a Megele woman to give a man from Tarak that kind of touching farewell. What was even more unprecedented was Barnet's next action. Without neither any hesitation nor feelings of revulsion, she reached up, placed her right hand behind his head, brought it down, and became the first Megele woman to kiss a Tarak man. The normally intelligent and rational physician was struck dumb as their lips touched. Though this was hardly the time for such an act, he couldn't bring himself to pull away. If he were to die now, he would have died happy. At that moment, the lead worm lunged toward them and KO'd him. The head of the sandworm exploded into a ball of flame as something struck it from above. The other worms went scattering as a deadly rain of energy bolts and projectiles rained down upon them. Both Poirot and Barnet broke away from each other and looked up. Pegasus screamed down toward the sandworms, letting loose with a murderous barrage of laser and cannon blasts. Huge clouds of dust were thrown up as the carnivorous creatures were reduced to smoking piles of ash. 30 seconds later and the Pixie's enhanced Vandread came to a soft landing some 20 feet from the pair. Its cockpit opened up to reveal Slade. Barnet and Poirot cried out as they began running toward the Tekkapod. In space, Saber's suspension capsule glowed even brighter as the Crimson Warrior was nearing the end of his recuperation process. Later, Barnet sighed in contentment as she washed off the dirt and grime she had accumulated over the last 2 days. She hadn't truly realized how much she had taken for granted the simplest of pleasures, until she was without them. A separate area for bathing and washing purposes had been set up and diverted a portion of the water storage reserves. Her best friend Juro was overjoyed to be reunited with her, but she pointed out that her barnet had gotten stinky. However, the brunette smiled and laughed a bit, surprising the others. She responded by saying that one can either save water and live smelly, or waste water and be a clean corpse. Behind her, Poirot couldn't help but smile. As she continued to clean her body, she realized that in her haste to get clean, she had neglected to bring something to dry herself off. All she had were her clothes, which were hanging nearby. Not wanting to get them wet nor put them on until they were washed, she began wondering what to do about this dilemma. Luckily for her, someone was still looking out for her. She heard footsteps approaching the bathing area and ducked down into the water up to her neck. She sighed in relief when she saw who it was. "Barnet, are you still in here? I've brought you a towel. You left so quickly to wash up that you forgot to take one with you." The dread pilot smiled and stood up. "Thank you. I was just wondering what I was going to use to dry myself." Poirot then got a good look at her and suddenly felt hot and uneasy. Barnet's figure was slimmer, firmer and more athletic than Jura's. She wasn't quite as bouncy as the blonde pilot, but she certainly wasn't deficient in the bosom department. Her hips were curved and accentuated her slender legs very nicely, and the way that water beads and dripped down her pale skin made her so enticing. The doctor immediately turned his back to her as his cheeks took on a reddish tinge. His shoulders bunched up a bit and he felt himself at a loss over his reaction to Barnet's nakedness. He was puzzled as to why he was reacting this way to her and why certain parts of his body had begun to get stimulated. "Poirot? What's wrong?" Well, I should have respected your right to privacy and, I should have not. And, well..." Poirot became even more flustered, making Barnet more confused. "What are you talking about? We're friends now, aren't we?" Yes, we are." "Then why are you turning away from me? Is it because you're embarrassed to see me naked?" "Yeah. It's improper and this isn't the first time you've seen me without my clothes," Barnet reminded him. After all, he had performed physical checkups on nearly all of crew of the Nirvana, including herself. During those examinations, he had never once batted an eye at the various female bodies. Why was this different? Yes, well, those were necessary exams to assess health and, well, I'll just leave this towel here and let you finish your bath, all right? Without another word, the doctor quickly laid out the towel near the water's edge and exited, leaving a confused and slightly insulted Barnet. "Just when I thought I was beginning to understand you, Poirot McFile. I can't explain it, Slade," Poirot said as he described his encounter with Barnet. "I have seen Barnet without her clothes before. I could tell you her measurements, her temperature, her weight, though she told me not to tell anyone the location of every distinctive marking on her skin, her hair texture and even when she's what?" the Tekkaman inquired, though he had a hunch as to what Poirot was implying. "The term is having her menstrual period. He said the last part in a very quiet voice. Oh, that time of the month, right? You know about that? Hey, I've been around, remember? Ah, of course. However, I find myself. It's hard to describe. When I saw her in the bath, all I could think of was how beautiful she was. That can't be right. A woman isn't supposed to be beautiful, is she? Who says? Slade said with a shrug. Men and women can both be beautiful. It all depends on the opinion of the person. Poirot shook his head in disbelief. But how can this be? When I saw her all wet and just standing there, I felt this urge to hold her close to me and rip off your own clothes. Yes, exactly. It felt as if some force within me was compelling me. It was unfamiliar, yet it felt instinctive, as if I had known about it my whole life. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. What was that feeling, Slade? Is it even right for me to be experiencing it? The Tekkaman became silent for a long time. Finally he responded. I'm not really sure if I'm the right guy to answer that, since I've been fighting those urges for a long time myself. Cold showers aren't working as well as they used to, and lately, I've been really tempted to jump on some girl's bones. You want to cause injuries? Sorry, it's just an expression. I keep forgetting that you're from Tarak and these feelings you're experiencing must really be scaring you. You were raised in a society that believed that women were monsters. However, when you found out that they weren't monsters, everything that you had thought was true was thrown out the window, right? More or less. Poirot admitted. So now that you don't have those beliefs to fall back on, you're wondering why your body is reacting the way it is, right? Well, I can only say that it's because that ancient instinct is now making itself known to you. Instinct? What instinct? Don't Tarak. That instinct had been repressed since the day you were born. However, now that you are living on a ship full of females, and I can only imagine what happened between you and Barnett out in that desert, I'm guessing that instinct is trying to make up for lost time. What instinct are you talking about? The physician asked. Slade sighed as he realized that he was going to have to blunt. What I'm talking about is that ancient instinct between men and women. How else did they produce babies back in the old days? Poirot looked as if he was going to have a stroke. What? Are you saying that what I'm feeling for Barnett is because of an urge to procreate? He barely managed to say the last word. Well, in a word, yeah. Thud. Slade looked down at the now unconscious man. He took that better than I thought. Saber chuckled as he burst free from the suspension capsule. It had cost him a great deal of his own personal reserves of energy, but now he was ready. It was time to settle things between himself and Slade. Permanently. In the bunker. Dinah frowned as she tried another frequency on her console. However, this proved to be no successful than the last 100 attempts. Along with Jura, She had been trying to get through the barrier in order to contact the Nirvana, but so far, they had been getting nothing but static. The energy shield was just too layered with various energy wavelengths to adapt to. At that point, both Dwero and Slade came to room after the Tekkaman had revived the healer. "Any luck?" Slade asked. Both girls shook their heads. Juro was especially irritated that help was so close, yet there was no apparent way to get it. The sensors had faintly picked up the presence of the Nirvana in orbit, but the communication frequencies couldn't penetrate the shield in order to contact the Megele pirates. "The Nirvana is up there, of that we're sure, but we can't signal to them or let them know that we're still alive down here." Juro pouted. "If it weren't for that damned barrier, we'd be out of here by now." Dwero began missing the presence of the brilliant engineer Perfect. The plucky electronics genius would have figured out a solution to their dilemma. His mind started to wander and for some odd reason, he began mentally comparing the physical differences between Barnet and Perfect. He wondered why he was suddenly imagining Perfect in Barnet's clothes and Barnet in Perfect's. It was then that he became inspired, as he once again applied his medical knowledge to engineering concepts. "You say that sensors are picking up the Nirvana, correct?" "Just barely," Juro replied. "That barrier and all the interference from those three suns block just about every other kind of sensor transmissions. We were just lucky this sensor array had a tachyon transmitter, though we're only getting a faint pulse at best. Then, if the sensor transmission is getting through, then why not piggyback the message onto it?" "Piggyback? It's what I learned in medical cloning genetics at the Tarak Academy. When manipulating the genetic code of a person, a set of instructions in the form of amino acids can be transported into the genome, using mitochondrial RNA as carriers. Do you think you can add a message and send it through the sensor transmissions?"